Howdy, and welcome to another episode of Adult Onset Horsemanship. I'm your host, Daniel Dauphin.
I'm pleased today to be joined by my friend Jillian Kreinbring. We met at the Masterson Gathering in Phoenix, Arizona, where we were both presenters this past January, and I found her quite pleasant to talk to and intriguing, so I'm glad that she has now been able to join us on podcast. Jillian has a vision to train and ride horses in accordance with sound, functional anatomy, and posture principles. Her goal is to balance the natural and anatomic forces within and between the horse and the human for healthy movement and vital longevity. Each horse is an individual with specific needs, and Jillian's approach is to support horses in achieving their highest and best. She does this by applying classical principles combined with current knowledge of equine functional anatomy, posture, and psychology. Jillian has committed herself to blend the best of these worlds over several years by studying both past and modern day masters. She is passionate about carrying forth this wisdom. She's a student and organizer of Manolo Mendez here in the U.S., operates her business from home base between Comfort and Welfare, Texas. She co-runs the Books and Bourbon Club and teaches functional anatomy and dynamic posture classes. As sweet as her disposition appears, she's also the destroyer of confidence, as just prior to my presentation in Phoenix, Arizona, Jillian publicly showed me that I do not, in fact, know how to lead a horse. I'd like to thank her again for that experience. Also, she has awkward conversations with TSA agents when she travels that she's a teacher and not a serial killer, and you're about to see some weird things when you x-ray my bag, but I promise I can explain. I will also say Jillian has the distinction of being the only of my fellow clinicians whose mom I have met, and she's as sweet as Jillian is. So, Jillian, thank you for being with us this morning.
Oh my gosh, my total pleasure. I felt like such an instant connection with you at the Masterson Gymboree. So I'm looking forward to it. And this past year has been so darn busy, but we are going to get you on the schedule to come here and teach class.
Well, that sounds wonderful. I really think Jim's about to be back on the podcast again, but he's like the Kevin Bacon of the horse world. He's that 6 degrees of separation from any other person that you can make a connection with. That's one of the best things that's ever professionally happened. Well, and personally too. He and I are good friends, but meeting Jim was one of the best professional things that's ever happened to me. I've met a lot of cool people through him. So, and you're on that list.
Cool cat, and he is so funny. And what I love about Jim is I just have not ever met somebody who is so down to earth.
Absolutely. He is famous. He could be a lot more of an asshole than he really is, no
Yeah, I
question.
mean he's just not an asshole. So that's a good thing. Oh,
That makes him as rare as a Palomino paint in our world, doesn't
yes,
it?
sir.
Well, Jillian, we start everybody off with the lightning round icebreaker questions. I don't
Okay.
know if I warned you about this, but these are for points and prizes, so you want to be on your A game when answering all this, okay?
Oh, okay. I'm a little slow, so you might get the C game.
No worries. If you were a Jedi, what percent chance is there that you would misuse the Force?
Ah, would depend on my mood, right?
Okay.
Like
Hmm.
if somebody really pushed my buttons, yeah, I might have a little pushback. Otherwise, I would take all that energy and I would transmit it towards goodness.
I like it. But from one perspective, is putting up a boundary for some jerk really a bad use of the Force, or is that a damn proper use of the Force?
It is the correct use of the force, but you're talking to somebody who doesn't have boundaries. So I could learn to use the force for better boundaries. How's that?
I like it. All right.
Yeah.
Morning or evening?
Theoretically, morning.
Okay.
It doesn't always happen that way.
So if you have a project you're working on or something, like, are you sharpest in the morning or are you
100.
2 a.m. cranking away at the laptop?
No, I suck at night. All my brain cells need to be rehydrated. So I'm definitely someone who works best in the morning and alone because I'm like super ADD. So in the morning and I don't have any distractions, I can like use my superpower of hyper focus. But during the day, if I'm getting distracted, I am a freaking garage sale.
I am right there with you. Like, I need a soundproof bunker where I can lock the door and throw my phone out the window and nobody. Yeah, my wife and son. There's no. I would be a multimillionaire right now if it were not for all the great ideas that have been distracted and robbed from me. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Absolutely. And it really is like my superpower too, because I can hyper focus,
Hmm.
but I just cannot be disrupted, which is why working with horses is great because I can just go into that zone.
Hmm.
But if I'm, asked a question in the middle of concentration, it'll take me like an hour to get concentrated again.
Yes, I'm
Mhm.
right there
Yep.
with you. How long do you dunk a cookie in milk?
Ooh, not so long that the cookie breaks and falls to the bottom of the milk glass. Right. So it's a very delicate balance, one that must be practiced, right? Because in theory, it just doesn't work until you have the application.
There's like a feel associated with it because different cookies absorb at different rates too. So you have to be like, you got to know where the sweet spot is. Too much, too little. Yep. Hmm.
It's like timing and feel,
Hmm.
it's like just how much time will it take? And then the feeling of how much milk is soaked into that cookie before you draw it out.
Yeah, there's a weight. Yep, it's reins in your hand. I've often said that the lead rope is the first bridle rein, but it may actually be true that the cookie is the first lead rope.
I think
That could be a t-shirt. Huh?
I might incorporate that cookie dunking thing into a class.
I like it. 10%. That's only fair. Okay. Uh, Patrick Swayze was famously an Arabian horse enthusiast. He has passed away in 2009. Do you find it annoying that he's still not made a sequel to Ghost?
Yeah. Yeah,
It,
I kind of do. And I feel kind of close to Patrick Swayze because his Arabian farm was right down the road from us.
really? Okay.
So maybe I can kind of still actually feel Patrick Swayze. So I have a little bit more um fulfillment knowing that he was in close approximation to where we live.
I think if I were to like win the lottery, I might buy his old farm and name a horse baby and deliberately put it in a corner stall. That's the kind of guy that I am deep down in my heart.
That's really funny. And I have to admit that, growing up in Iowa, we didn't really have a lot of means. So, like, movie watching wasn't really a thing because we didn't have like a VHS and we lived too far away from the movie theater. So, like, I got introduced to these movies a little later in life. And
Mhm.
Casey is always just disgusted when she mentions an 80s movie. And I'm like, huh? We're clueless about it. So Patrick Swayze's movie came a little later in life for me, which of course means it meant something different to me now than it would have if I had watched it when it came out.
Mhm. I like it. As you watch it as an adult, baby's dad was the reasonable person in that movie. I mean, imagine your 17-year-old daughter wants to run off with a 35-year-old guy, and like the reasonable parent steps in there, right? I mean, he was not the jerk.
But as a teenager, you're like, yes, yes, God, that dad's an asshole. Now we're like, mm-hmm. You
Yep.
betcha, girl, go put some clothes on. Take care of your business.
Well, I'm going to bring back an old question in the spirit of this. What's your favorite movie or book? That is purely like bubblegum for the brain kind of stuff, nothing serious. But
Oh God, that's hard. Well, I am an endless romantic for Jimmy Stewart and
okay.
the Christmas Story. or not the, well, I love the Christmas Story too. It's a Wonderful Life. I
Hmm.
have to watch it every year, and every year I cry. Like it just happens. So yeah, It's a Wonderful Life just like touches my soul. And I love old movies because they have a sense of innocence about them and suggestion where they don't really just come out and show it or say it, but you have to kind of read into it. So yeah, I'm kind of an old old movie buff and old westerns, Yeah,
Yep.
kind of into
A,
that thing.
a period in time where people were expected to think and not have to be spoon-fed obvious information, right?
Absolutely. I think it's like sadly fading out fast.
What skill or technique do you not have with a horse that you admire in someone else and wish that you did have?
Mm, that's a really, really good question. Um, dentistry. I
That's a
wish,
good one.
yeah, I mean, I think the information now is coming out more and more. I am just not, I don't visualize things in a three-dimensional manner. So I have so much respect for good hoof practitioners or dentists who can dynamically and visualize the bony column or the arcades or how the occlusion takes place, and to make the physical adjustments and to feel something to make those changes. That's just not um that is not at all my gift. So I
Hmm.
really, really admire hoof practitioners and dental practitioners.
There is, I wonder sometimes, like, there's a pretty strong correlation between dyslexia and 3D visualization in the brain. That's part of why they're dyslexic, because their brain can very easily rotate the letter around and turn a lowercase d into a B, right? And so they tend to have some real strengths when it comes to geometric thought, woodworking, and things like that. So I kind of wonder if there is some of that too, because like you don't ever meet a normal farrier. Like they're not just Bob Smith. They're always, some kind of eccentric beating to their own drum. Like maybe there's a, all little patterns I'm looking for in the interest of life, right?
Yes. Yes. I'm always amazed at their ability to visualize the internal
Hmm.
structure. Because most of what we learn, like if we're reading something or we're looking at a graphic, it's always two-dimensional. And that's just
Hmm.
not really what it's like. As an anatomist, you look at an anatomy picture and you're like, okay, well, it doesn't at all look like that when you dissect a horse, right?
Yeah, they're not
So
they're not blue and yellow and green for you to tell the difference between these three muscles,
exactly.
right?
Layers either. It's not like a 7-layer cake, like, oh, here, they're gonna remove this layer. No, look at there. You're like, no, 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 no. It's much more complicated than that. But I understand why anatomists have to do it that way for the sake of learning,
Oh yeah.
obviously. But I think with
Eh,
technology now, they'll be able to do, and they are already doing 3D models, so you can have a better idea of what it looks like internally. But nothing replaces actually putting your hands on the bones and feeling how things articulate, because
mhm.
it's exactly the same feeling you have when you ride. When you can feel how the bones articulate, then you're like, oh, when I ask for a lateral flexion, oh, it feels just exactly how those bones move. So I'm much more of a feeling person. So I have to feel things, see things, and then, theoretically put a story behind those two other ways of experiencing something.
I think that's one of the neat things about the time we're in is that um, we have these awakenings of that other people don't necessarily view the world, literally don't view or think the same way. Like I've learned not long ago, my wife has a narrator. She literally has a soundtrack in her brain. She reads a book, she's hearing a voice read the book. I'm not that way at all. I'm more visual. It would never occur to me that she's actually literally hearing her inner voice. I don't do that. Not at all, not kind of, not even a little bit. So the whole
Feeling.
like, wow, what the hell is it like walking through the world for you? Like, Anyway,
For auditory then. Like that's
hmm
amazing.
yeah,
Yeah.
that for me, I kind of think I have some ADHD, and one of my major triggers is auditory. Like if I'm focusing and you speak and withdraw my attention, I'm plotting your death right now. Like I need freaking silence. I like if I'm riding a horse, the act of me working a horse in front of a crowd and having to verbally explain what I'm doing, that takes Herculean amounts of energy and strength. It is not natural to me in any way, shape, or form. Those are two definitely separate acts on my part.
100%. Like Casey can watch a movie and she's talking to me and it's like everything like in my power not to be super annoyed. So I just like put it on pause. Okay, what do you want to say to me?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Okay, okay. And now do not talk to me because I if I miss a sentence, I will not understand the whole movie. Um
Right there with you.
Yeah, it's so interesting how our brains work and like as an instructor, I always try to get a feel for how people learn. Like there are some people who if you give them words, they just stare at you like I have no idea what you're talking about. You can show them or give them a feel. Um, great. And then there are some people who theoretically and verbally understand everything, but they can't put the action or feel it. So a long time ago when I was becoming a connected writing instructor for connected writing, that was one of the trainings is they put us through a week-long training of just learning how people learn so that we could become better instructors. And then in my master's degree program, um, my other focus was adult vocational education. So learning how adults learn versus how children learn, and then being able to apply that information into a teaching style has really been so, so helpful for me in learning how to um, teach complex information in a way that an everyday person could make use of it.
hmm Yeah, being good with horses and being able to teach people about horses are that's not the same skill at all. Not even kind of. Yeah.
No, it is not. And I remember like in my youth, I used to be like, oh, I want to be a writing master, because my greatest desire and passion is to be a very good writer through communicating in a very fair way that helps the horse become better physically, mentally, and spiritually, essentially. And then one day I looked up what a writing master is, and a writing master is somebody who teaches writing masterfully. And I was like slightly disappointed for a moment. I was like, "Hmm." But then I realized in order to become a writing master, you also have to be you have to do what you do masterfully, but then you have to be able to communicate that. And I'm sure like in our field, we meet many people who are brilliant horse people, but they don't have the ability to express what it is they're doing or how they're doing it to teach another person to do so. And so like if you think about writing masters of the past, they always had students that they passed their tacit knowledge onto so that the lineage was preserved through time, right? And I
hmm
and I feel like that's been kind of lost because we went to a clinic format where you might meet with your teacher once or twice or three times a year, as opposed to an apprenticeship type of approach to horsemanship. I wish we
Well,
had more opportunities to do that.
yeah. So I would challenge that a little bit. I view the clinic setting as a non-professional setting. So this is teaching amateurs, but to
Mm,
me, the apprenticeship is more the professional training. Like I apprenticed under other trainers for 6 years before
right.
I went off on my own. So that's still alive and well. I will say that none of them had as part of their goal teaching Daniel today. It wasn't like a 8 hours of lessons or something. I was there to perform and to help them. They weren't there to help me. So what you learned was up to you. But I would hope that that is still the sort of track that the professionals take. I do see sometimes some of the clinicians open a professional school or whatever, and I don't like you're not going to learn in 2 months or 6 months what you need to learn to, that's a years long journey. That's not a month long journey.
Absolutely. I think the distinction is really important. I think as a professional, I was a working student under people till I was like 35, 36 years old. And I was raised with horses. So I feel like even now today, if I had an opportunity to just really do a deep dive, like for 3 or 4 years with somebody, I would like jump on it. But we don't have as many of those opportunities anymore. And once you get into the profession, sometimes it's like, well, how do I take that much time off and still make money enough to pay for my family or the horses I own or the place that I live? So I think, it would be really cool if there was a way that the industry could pull together that offered educational opportunities to professionals without having to forfeit a way to also make a living. Like when I was younger, the model was in AQHA, you usually trained under somebody as an assistant trainer for 3 or 4 years before you kind of struck out on your own, right? And I just find that those types of opportunities are fewer and fewer for young people who want to come up into the industry.
Well, this is a little off topic, but one of I keep trying to spread this statistic out there because I think it's hugely important and not many people know it. We've lost 40% of the U.S. horse population in the last 17 years. So we're shrinking at an incredibly rapid rate. So if it seems like there's fewer opportunities out there, it is because there are like not 4%, 40%,
Yeah.
40, so.
It's so outrageous to me. And I mean, to broach kind of a touchy subject here is like, I just got back from Spain with Suzanne Laskowski, who I do the Books and Bourbon Club with. And that culture is 100% a horse culture. Even if you don't have horses, they still embrace horses as a part of their cultural identity. The French, their classical system is actually a part of a World Heritage Association, where horsemanship is very much a part of their cultural identity. And I feel like, I don't know if that ever 100% formed in the United States. And if it did, it is quickly and rapidly going away, whether that's because there's been more focus put on the technological age and people moving, to more urban areas, and there's less focus on sustainable farms. I grew up in Iowa. It was nothing but sustainable farms. I had 27, I was the last generation, 27 kids in my class in Iowa. and probably 20 of those kids were from small farms. All of our parents were either dairy farmers, ran stock cattle, had hogs. Everybody raised corn and soybean, grew some hay. We all had big gardens. We all canned our food. And it was a small community taking care of each other in that small community. And now that everything's gone corporate, like now, my brother farms 4,500 acres. And he sits in his tractor, pokes a button. He doesn't do anything. All he has to do is turn the tractor at the end row. And through GPS, it will spray the herbicide or the fertilizer or the pesticide, whatever, per square inch for what that square inch of land needs. And, it's so interesting because like, well, where does using your own brain to work out these situations come into play? That's slowly disappearing. So farming has become as corporate as anything else. And growing up in Iowa, we traded horses. So this is the subject that's a little bit difficult to talk about, but it used to be that in every small town there was a sale barn. And there was a very small group of horsemen that made their business from buying and selling horses on a local basis. So all the small towns had 1 or 2 little horse trainers, and people would take a couple of these horses to the sale barn. they'd sell them, make a little bit of money. Somebody else would buy those horses, take it home, develop the horse a little bit more, sell the horse, make a little bit of money. And then what started to happen is all horse sales went to the internet, and then we closed our kill pens in in America, which that's the touchy subject, right? And it's much more convoluted and complex than what people realize, because you have breeders who are continuing to breed the same amount of horses, and you have fewer and fewer people who are buying these horses. So you have a surplus of horses, and a lot of them are not being managed well, trained well, fed well, treated well. So we have kind of another area that has become a problem. But as we became moving away from sustainable farming and a sustainable lifestyle, these small businesses that people had of having small horse operations has died. So that's not existing anymore. And I have to say that growing up in a sale barn was probably one of the best things that ever happened to me, because I got to see what good horses were. There's this idea that all horses that come through a sale barn, it's just some horse trader trying to, screw you over or this or that or whatever. But that just wasn't true. There are a lot of good, honest families, putting some time into a good horse and selling it and making their living that way. And the ringmen taught me a lot. They pointed out things in the ring that people don't even hear about anymore, like curbed hocks, wind puffs, smooth mouth gelding. Well, what is that? Well, that means that gelding's as old as dirt. He doesn't have a tooth in his head, right? So there was all these things that these ringmen pointed out to help the observer learn about what was good and not good. I mean, a curbed hock horse wasn't even allowed to be sold. It was a no sale. And now I see curbed hock horses being sold on the internet, and it's never called out, right? And people buying horses off the internet without even looking at them. So I think we kind of brought about our own depletion of the horse industry by moving away from sustainable farming.
We've to me, a lot of what you're describing is the culling process, and we no longer we publicly shame any notion of culling. Every horse is a good horse, and I get the notion behind that, but it's a lot more idealistic than realistic in its we were talking about how different people learn different ways. I've dealt with a lot of horses, and about half of my business traditionally has been problem horses, and they're not all salvageable. I don't know why we have that. Like, just as we would have people, like we have a homeless population, right? There's schizophrenic people, there's people with mental disorders. We don't seem to allow for the even possibility that there are some horses that actually do have something not firing right up there, and most of them, I don't mean that they're really common, but like I've dealt with thousands of horses. I've dealt with about 10 or 12 that I don't think any human on this planet could have done something with. They were going to be dangerous, and just, euthanizing them or something like that was the only practical and safe and responsible thing to do with those animals. The notion to save them all is nice, but it's just it's
Yeah.
not
I mean, I
realistic.
don't know if it's something as simple as, having a program that will help people financially bring about a dignified departure to a horse that's in a significant amount of pain. Um, you know, gosh, I mean, who would like the idea of putting these poor horses on a on a trailer and sending them to Mexico, where the conditions are abhorrent, to say the
Yeah.
least. But yeah, I mean, it's a touchy subject to broach, but I think it's like one of those elephants in the room type conversations
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that need to have, and it is really about the welfare of the horse.
It
It,
is. Yeah.
and
I challenge a lot of the causes of abuse. We have these, videos that get circulated and stuff. Um, the vast majority of the real cases of abuse that exist now are via neglect, just as you were describing. Here in Louisiana, we have a feral horse population of 1,000 head. And that happened directly as a result of the slaughter ban. It would be like we have a bunch of national parks and state forests and stuff out here, and people had a horse and they no longer had a way to feed it or deal with it, and they had no recourse to sell it at that sale barn that you were talking about, and so they just took it to the woods and turned it loose. And that's not a better solution. I don't think that leads to. I've heard of cases of people would go trail riding or something. Their truck and trailer is sitting here all day long, and they get back in the evening, and there's 2 horses tied to their trailer. And what I don't know where they came from. Like, how long do I sit here and wait for the owners to come back? Like, what the hell do I do in that instance? So
Yeah. It happened to Casey's parents, when Texas was having that terrible drought and there was no hay, and truckers were sitting on the border just calling people to find out who'd pay the most for the hay. Well, that cuts a lot of people out who love their horses that couldn't afford the hay. And so, her dad, who runs a cattle ranch, found 3 horses out there. I mean, it was their best case solution to at least the horses would have something to eat. But that type of thing happens a lot more than what people realize. And so, and with 40% diminishing horse interest in our population, means that there are fewer and fewer people who actually know how to be a good steward for the horse. Like, I like to read the American Horse Council reports every year. It really tells you the direction of where the industry is going. And so I always encourage people, hey, go to the American Horse Council, read that report. It's going to tell you, it used to be we had a lot of horses in competition. That's actually very few number anymore. I mean, that the number of competitive horses is getting smaller and smaller, but we see a lot of it because that's what's on social media. So really, the vast majority of people who have horses have them because they love them and they enjoy them, right? And that's where I would really like to, focus my efforts is on helping people enjoy their horses and be good stewards for their horses.
Amen. Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well can you back a trailer? We'll bring the tone down a little bit now.
Well, then we got to talk about a gooseneck versus a bumper pole. Gooseneck, I'm probably A-okay with. Bumper pole might take me a few chances. So I'm going to give myself a 5 for a bumper pole and maybe bump myself up to a 7 for a gooseneck.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yep.
I think we should start having some competitions with trailer backing. That would be a good Friday night little betting pool or something like that.
I like that. Under the Friday night lights. Trailer backing, Casey'd probably win it all. She could get it within an inch. Like, I don't know how to do that. And looking at the backing up camera just totally messes me up. I still am old school. I have to look over my shoulder.
Well, I do mirrors, but yeah. And it kind of seems like we invent places to park trailers that are more difficult to get into than where we park cars. Like, it's usually you got 6 inches on this side and 2 inches on that side, and oh, by the way, there's a shovel leaning up against the wall, so 3/4 of the way back you don't have 6 inches anymore, you got 4, or you're going to cut a tire. Like we have some convoluted places that we park trailers for sure.
It is very true. Yeah, I like that idea. You could put some cones out, back around those cones. Yeah.
Be simple. Yeah. Bay or sorrel?
Bay. I like my ponies.
So I will announce here. When I started this question, I thought it would be 50-50, just an icebreaker throwaway. It is like 90% of people pick Bay. So we have started the Bay Horse Mafia, and we now have some merch. It's on the website. We got a logo for it and everything. So we've got T-shirts, long sleeve T-shirts, hoodies, blankets. There's a notebook. This is journaling you can't refuse, I think, something like that. So if you're in the Bay Horse Mafia, we got some stuff for you there.
I do have a caveat.
Okay.
if it's a sorrel with flaxen mane and tail,
Yep.
then I'm picking the sorrel with the flaxen mane and tail. I gotta
See, I'm
think.
more of a sorrel. Bay is one of my least favorites, so I'm out on the cool
You're out.
kids club
You're
there.
in the
But
minority, yeah.
uh-huh.
But I don't think there's anything prettier than a sorrel horse with a flaxen mane and tail.
I'm there with you. Yep. What is the most important quality of a horseman or horsewoman?
Ooh.
You could pick two or three. I hate the pick your one thing out of all of the options in the world kind of question. So
Yeah, I have a couple. I think being 100% to be present and observant and to listen. And how do we listen? I'm not talking about ear,
mhm.
observing the horse 100% present. That's really, really, really important. And I think the second thing is if you have to bring up your energy or to lower your energy, is to find a way to do that that's not necessarily linked to an emotion. So I have to bring up my energy. I want to be able to do that, but not feel angry or not
Mhm.
feel anxious or anything of that nature. So 100% being present and listening, then giving the horse time. Giving the horse time is a big thing, and not forcing the horse to meet my agenda, but just recognizing where the horse is. And then I think that the art of compromise is also pretty important. Not to compromise safety, but what I mean by compromise is I'm looking for a close approximation. I'm not expecting perfection,
Mhm.
particularly in the training process. Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty darn close. That good job, right? And taking a bigger exercise, let's say, or let's say you're teaching a movement like shoulder in, not starting off with, oh, I think today I'm going to teach shoulder in, but being able to take that exercise and break it down to its smallest pieces and chunking it down, chunking it down, chunking it down, saying, well, what are all the pieces need to happen for this horse to be able to perform this movement? And just start there. Can the horse even just shift the weight to the outside legs without falling through its joints? Right? Can the horse just shift the weight? Right? Can the horse yield that weight without taking the step? Just little tiny things like this mean a lot for a horse. And then bringing all those small pieces together, and then over time, the bigger exercise just kind of like starts to fall into your lap. So you just don't
Mhm.
start with the big exercise. So I
Yeah.
think those three things are pretty important to how I see my relationship with working with horses. It doesn't mean that there aren't a thousand other things that are just as important or more important, but those are things come to my foremind.
Okay.
How about you?
So I like the awareness, and I find one of the biggest weaknesses out there, common weaknesses, is not reading or understanding body language. I'm really, really big on that. I also think I've been playing for years with a way to design a course or something to teach that and to break it down. It's just such a massive subject that
Yes.
I haven't, and I've already tackled some massive subjects. I don't know how many more of those I've got in me, but it's a huge weakness. I mean, it just I think there's a lot of dogma associated with a lot of that. Where certain like one of the, I mean, with my bit stuff, the foamy mouth is one of those things that I preach about over and over. It is as textbook a case of dysfunction as you can possibly make, and yet there's still so much dogma around it being a good thing, um, that if I do nothing but kill that in my lifetime, that will be to have accomplished a lot, I think. So, but there's really common, like with customers, they'll come and they think they have one problem, and what they really have is a different problem. And the only reason they don't recognize it is because of missing the body language and all of that stuff. So that would probably be the biggest single thing I've got. I mean, the self-awareness is another part of it. Like you mentioned a minute ago about that ability to raise your energy without an emotion tied to it. Like for me, that was a 20-year journey. I can do it now without any problem. When I was 25, I could not. I was mad, that was
I
just the
can
way that it
relate.
was. Yeah. And I find that's a huge, like particularly with women. I would assume with you, most of our customers are women, and a lot of the ones that are in the beginner kind of stage, that's the single biggest problem that they face is they feel like if they raise their energy or discipline the horse at all or anything, they're going to ruin the relationship. And kind of getting them over that hurdle, I think is kind of one of the milestones of moving down the road in your journey on this stuff. But again, you don't have to feel bad about it. It's one of the things I try to demonstrate if I do demos is those moments where you get a little louder with a horse, push them a little bit, and then watch all the calming signals right after, and they'll actually want to bond with me more after that happens than before it happened. So
You know a gentleman named Harry Whitney?
I've heard of him. Yes, ma'am. I've never met him or anything. But
He's a great horseman. He's not someone who's going to be out there on social media. Trying to make a name for himself. He just does what he does, right? He's living it.
mm-hmm.
And I Mendon Fences Farm in Tennessee, they host Harry, I think, for 5 or 6 weeks every year. And he does like a week-long intensive, where he has a horsemanship class, or I think he's now also working with horses for 4 or 5 days, and then the owner works with the horse on the 6th day or something of that nature. But I went to one of those clinics with Harry, and he had one of the best exercises for that idea of bringing up the energy and lowering the energy. And of course, most of his students are women. And so he had an acting coach come out. So one night after the clinic, the acting coach came out and had a jar, and you pulled out two jars. You pulled out 2 pieces of paper. One was a situation in one jar, and the other jar was an emotion. And you had to act out that emotion in that situation. So you were acting, and it was to help teach the students how you can act to bring up your energy, but not really have that energy.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was so brilliant. It was such a
Mm-hmm.
brilliant way for Harry to teach that concept to his students. I was like blown away. I'm like, man, this kind of soft-spoken cowboy, real tall guy, that he came to that way of being able to teach that. So that has always really stuck in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then second thing is, I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy named Chris Irwin.
I don't believe.
Chris Irwin talks a lot about body language in his work, and I've learned a lot about my body language from him, and how to incorporate that into in-hand work. So we like to do a lot of in-hand work here, which is different than groundwork, but and that's really, really helped me. And when you get a feeling for it, and you have the awareness for it, it's amazing how much the horses just tap into it.
Mm-hmm. So one of the courses we'll be coming out with here before long is on round pen work with horses and all. And I find that's one of those places, like people have more of a natural and intuitive understanding of body language than they know that they have. The example I always use is if you're walking down a sidewalk and someone's walking towards you, how many times have you run into that person? But you don't say, 10 feet away, I'm going to go right and you go left. You just move your shoulders and your hips a little bit. They read that, or they do it and you do it, and you don't even think about it. And that's the same way that you should work a horse. But when you start thinking about it consciously, now you overthink everything, and it blows you up out of the water. also, like, I don't know if you ever done this, but if you work cattle in a pen or something like that on foot on the ground, like they're going to show you real quick what good body language is and how to control your energy, or you'll have things jumping
Yeah,
out, and
their heads moving in the
yeah.
right direction.
So,
Hmm.
anyway.
That's so interesting, Daniel, because I just had this conversation. I don't want to get into politics, but I'll just say, before the election, things got pretty ugly on social media and people treating each other, in my opinion, really, really poorly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is one thing that social media has done is the written word doesn't allow the person to witness what the other person's body language is. And we've evolved through thousands and thousands and thousands of years to read one another's body language, and that helps us temper how we communicate with one another. The way a person pushes themselves away or leans into you, or the way they use their hands and so forth. And we unconsciously regulate, hopefully, what we say by reading one another's body language. And that helps us tap into, hopefully, our empathy if we have it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you write something, you don't have that feedback mechanism to help temper your words and to help you tap into how what I might say might affect somebody else emotionally. And so I think we've moved in, social media, in some ways, of course, there's lots of benefits to it, but in some ways it kind of separates us away from our humanity. And I can remember my grandma always saying to me, if you have something to say to somebody, say it to their face, because if you write it, they're going to interpret what you've written with their own emotional state, which might not be what you intended.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, actually being better with our horses, we become better with our horses by, again, being able to have face-to-face communication with people.
Yep. But no, I agree. I would add to that you should probably have to contemplate the consequences of getting punched in the mouth when you say certain things as well. And computers have given us enough distance where that doesn't occur anymore. People would be a lot more polite if they might get popped in the mouth for what they just said out loud. Uh, anyway, just a side thought.
No, it's so true because even like Casey driving down the road, if someone has road rage, right? Casey's
Hmm.
like, I hope they realize they're in Texas.
Yeah, that's.
Like there might be some
Hmm.
consequence to your action here, right? But if we only interact through social media, now this is better because I can see you, right? So I can
Hmm.
see, I can watch your facial expressions and so forth. Even dogs and horses read our facial expression. Like they did studies on dogs and how dogs will only look at one side of your face and they can read your emotion. I can't remember if it's the right or the left, but like there's studies like when you look at somebody, most of the time you're looking at into their right eye because they are reading the expression from your face on the right side of your face. Just so you practice, well, when you're looking at somebody, just notice how often am I looking in the right eye, or what happens if I change my gaze and look into their left eye? Like there's all types of these psychological things. And it's not just us, it's animals do this as well. So like with the dogs, they put up pictures of people's faces and the dog would always look, I'm going to say the right eye, it might be the left eye, I don't remember. The dog will always look to that eye because they're reading our facial expressions. And so it kind of dissolves the mystery behind, oh, animals like magically understand how we feel about
Hmm.
things, right? Well, there is quite a bit of evidence that shows that they read not just our body language, but our facial expressions.
I think that's pretty self-evident. Yeah, that's you talking about what I would boil down to is agriculture and the divorce from agriculture earlier. And I think the urban versus rural thing is I graduated with 21 people. It was the largest class in several years. Literally the airport was next door to the high school where all the crop dusters. So it was cotton and soybeans and corn and rice and all of that kind of stuff too. And people just do not have the interactions with animals anymore to understand what an animal is. And like I'll give an example. There was a little clip that came across my feed the other day, and it was a lady halter breaking a yearling, and the yearling did one of those rear up and spin around things and landed on the other side, and she wound up behind him. And that happens in the blink of an eye, right? And it happens to everybody. That's not it was literally like a 10-second clip. There's no way you could watch this and really derive whether she knows what she's doing, she doesn't know what she's doing. It's just this little no context moment in time. And the comments under that thing were just absurd. And someone put a post up this morning. Oh, she was right. It was about people of our generation and the difference in riding attire when we were growing up. And I don't know if this is true for you, but I have permanent scars on my calves from old boots and things like that. And that's the first thing I think of when you see some of these internet comments on the deal of that's just absurd. It's like, show me your calf scars before you make another comment. How about that? We'll see whether you have any right to have an opinion here or not,
Oh, it's so interesting. When I was at the university, I took an environmental history class. And it was taught by a man named Professor Bill Cronin. And he was like on the Ken Burns documentaries on the national parks. He's a brilliant, brilliant man. And like I said, he developed the field of environmental history. And a part of that was looking at art and how the landscape was painted throughout the generations, and you could actually see the changes in the land from these artists within a certain context of time. And I wish I'm going to write to him because I cannot remember the name of the artist, but the painting spoke so much to me because it was a painting that was separated into quadrants. And the first quadrant was hunter and gatherers. So nomadic people, kind of traveling from one place to another, following game or forage or what have you. So they were nomadic in nature. And then from that quadrant, it moved into the second quadrant, which was sustainable farms. People started to fence their land. They started to grow crops. They had livestock and gardens, and they traded, some of their agricultural products or animals or what have you. Small towns, communities supporting other people within the community, and so forth. Then the next quadrant was a picture of a white building with pillars and large government and a bunch of bureaucrats kind of deciding and making decisions for the greater whole, right? And then the last quadrant was the destruction of the civilization. And this painting exemplified every great civilization in recorded history. These were the stages that it followed. And maybe that makes me so nostalgic because I want to, because it's my roots, to go back to the sustainable lifestyle. The town that I grew up in is still 700 people. But by golly, they know who's sick. And by golly, you're going to have 5 casseroles delivered to your door to make sure you have something to eat, right? Like there's still this sense of, I'm going to help my neighbor if they're having trouble. There's still this sense of friendly competition, but not cutthroat competition, right? And And I really do, there's a part of my being that just knows that that is a healthier place to be. So I know that we're like totally getting off track here, but it does make me wonder about where we are as a civilization. Like even just Suzanne and I being in Spain, you know, walking down the street in Sevilla, people were like clapping and singing and communing. You know, older people were still out at 10 o'clock at night having a cup of coffee or a glass of wine with the people around them. And I feel like we've become so isolated.
More people and further apart
Yeah.
while simultaneously closer together. Huh?
Yes. And then when you have animals, I think, like you were saying before, you know, studying animals and having more time with animals just makes you a better human being because of this ability to read and to be with and to commune with other living beings, you know. They always say, you know, if you're alone, you don't have anybody to kind of give you feedback about your actions, right? But to be in a relationship gives you a mirror into your own self. Being in a relationship with a horse gives you a mirror into your own self. So, you know, I find that as I mature, this is more true than when I was young and just impulsive, but that I learn so much more about myself through my interactions with my horses and with other people.
Simpler. Did I already ask you the skydiving question? No? Okay. Um, what do skydiving instructors and scuba diving instructors have in common? Wetsuits.
That's
All
funny.
right. You gotta take when we get too serious, I gotta make it silly again for a minute. Dogs or cats?
I'm a dog person.
Any particular breed?
Well, I love Kelpies. Kelpies are
Oh yeah.
they're such great dogs. So I have a Kelpie. Never had a working dog like that before. I got her at a barrel race in Oregon, and now I'm hooked.
Yep. One of the best dogs I ever had was a Kelpie.
Oh,
He actually that was during my apprentice stage and during two of the, let's just say, bad jobs that I had where, it left me questioning whether I really wanted to do this or anything. That was my buddy. He was my lifeline at that point in time.
oh man, they're so great. They're not for everybody because they're busy,
Yeah.
but oh man, what a smart, great dog.
Yeah, he was in my head. Like that was kind of the connection some people have with border collies and all, but he was tough. He was not going to back up or anything. So I
Right.
appreciated that about him. And gorgeous. He actually made so um I quit training horses for a while after my last apprenticing job. I was about to go to jail for killing someone if I'd have stayed there very much longer. And so I moved back home and I still had this dog and where I live, we're in South Louisiana here. I had a Mardi Gras parade route that went literally right in front of where I
Wow.
lived. So you sit in the driveway and here's the parade. And I had my truck backed up to the street and he was sitting in the tailgate and here's this gorgeous dog and they were throwing beads at him and I had just like he looked like Mr. T. I had so many Mardi Gras beads around his neck and everything, and there was actually a photographer walking around and taking pictures and he made the cover of a magazine with
Oh my
all of
God.
his beads on and everything. So he was a hell of a dog, he really was.
They're really good dogs, and I'm kind of interested in a kind of another breed very similar to them called the McNabs.
Hmm.
They're out of California, but I don't think that we'll ever have anything but a Kelpie at this point.
Hmm. Yep. And they handle the heat really well too. So Texas has plenty of heat. So that can be one of the Achilles heels of border collies and all sometimes. I think the McNabs are a specific line of border collies, if I'm
Oh,
not,
are they?
I
Okay. Okay.
believe
I
so.
don't
They're a
know the
shorter
house.
haired, yeah,
Okay. Okay.
shorter haired border collie, but I think that's what they are. Does pineapple belong on pizza?
Yes. Yes, it does. But I'm an
Are
adventuresome. I have an adventuresome palate.
are you a cook?
I'm a baker.
Okay. So what's your favorite thing to bake then?
Um, I love either making homemade cinnamon rolls or monster cookies.
Okay. I like that.
I make monster cookies at Christmas and then I founder myself on them. And then I say, okay, I'm only going to do this once a year. So then I wait a whole year so I can founder myself on monster cookies again. And they're
Hmm.
wonderful to dunk.
Ah, yeah, I like that. What kind of are we talking, like oatmeal raisin, chocolate chip, sugar cookies? What are we talking there?
So they're peanut butter, oatmeal, chocolate chip M&Ms.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
And they dunk well in coffee and in milk. And sometimes if you warm them up in the microwave, it makes it even better.
Maybe a little bourbon go along with them too.
Uh-huh.
Maybe so.
Yep, maybe.
Would you share with us your horse industry related pet peeve?
Oh gosh. There might be a lot.
This could be a book, I know.
Um,
We all deserve a chance to vent, and this is yours. Just go for it.
I really hate it when people blame the horse all the time. Like that just, or they call their horses really shitty names all the time. When in reality, 8 times out of 10, it's the human's uh issue,
Hmm.
right? That drives me. That drives me crazy. The other thing that drives me crazy is when people are not clear with horses, right?
Hmm.
And they don't provide a clear boundary, and then the horse runs all over the top of them, or they let the horse graze today, and then tomorrow when the horse yanks their arm out of their arm socket to go graze, then they get all mad at the horse and get like those types of things really annoy me. Is like the lack of clarity and the lack of consistency, and then to blame the horse when the person put it in there.
So
That
I'll
bugs
chime in here. Two things that brings. First of all, I'm a guy, so that may be the whole explanation for this. But if I picking on people is one of my love languages. Like if we're actually close friends, I'm gonna give you hell. So I'll say that two of the fondest horse memories I have are of two turnback geldings, and their names were Peckerwood and Dingleberry. And so a bad name for a horse is not always an indication that you don't like the horse. They were very loved and very respected, but Peckerwood and Dingleberry, yes. And then the Peckerwood horse, so this is another, it was owned by an 8-year-old kid who I don't think had any idea what that, it was just the horse's
what
name and he
what
just
even
took it.
meant.
Yes. And so he tells me this. I'm just innocently asking him, that's a really nice horse. What's your horse's name? And then he brings that. And I'm probably 23 when this happens. I mean, I just lost it. I'm laughing like I'm about to pee myself, laughing at because he was little Texas kid, the slow drawl, just Peckerwood, and yeah, I embarrassed myself on that one. And he had no idea why I was laughing so hard. Um, but
I mean, I wasn't really referring to like actual names.
yeah, yeah.
I'm like referring to like, oh, he's a lazy blah blah blah. When the person just does nothing but clamp their legs on the horse, and so the horse is just like, well, I'm not gonna go forward because you're just like clamp. So it's like when they're like calling them names out of their frustration, but the behavior is because of their action.
Oh yeah.
If
So
that makes sense.
I'll have the other thing I was going to say is that I commonly get the question about how to pick like who to follow, because the
Oh,
average person out there doesn't doesn't maybe have enough knowledge yet to know whether this clinician actually
yeah.
is a
Yeah.
charlatan or not. So here's one of my tips for that. Watch a video of them, and the first time you watch it, turn the sound off and watch the video. And then watch it again and turn the sound on and see if what you're hearing and what they did in the first one actually match up. Because a lot of times what they say and what they do are not
Two
actually the
different
same
things.
thing, right? So that's a
That's
good.
a really good tip.
Mhm. I like that one. You'll very often see there's a really famous clip of one of the biggest clinicians that there is, and he's disciplining a horse. He is under all definitions punishing actively in the clip. And then if you turn the sound on and you listen to him, he's condescendingly talking about all the horse trainers in the world out there punishing horses all the time while punishing the horse in front of a crowd with a microphone on.
That's funny.
It's great. Like if I'm having a bad day and I'm not, things are going slower than I want, I just go watch that and it makes me feel better
Makes me
instantly.
feel
Right?
better.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Okay. Feral or spoiled? Which would you rather deal with?
Feral.
I'm right there with you.
Much rather work with feral for sure.
Favorite words of wisdom? Do you have any mantras or anything that you kind of go back to all the time or not really?
Well, hmm. Well, I have a mantra and I have two mantras that I tell myself in my head, which I do also teach, and that is that working with the horse oftentimes is much more about allowing than doing something to the horse and shaping the energy. And then in my head, when I'm riding, I always think seat, leg, rein in that order. Seat, leg, rein, seat, leg, rein, seat, leg, rein, seat, leg, rein, so that I initiate it with my seat to my leg and then to my hand instead of hand, leg, seat, which
Mhm.
is very easy to do, is to ride with your hands first. So I always try to run those two mantras through my head.
I
Yeah.
like that seat leg rein. JK inspired SLR. Yep.
There you go. So see, like right. And then pretty soon what starts to happen is you don't really think of, you're not like
Mhm.
consciously thinking about it, but you're like, okay, all right, now my body's just following it. And then you like kind of start to let go of the words and it becomes how you ride, you know. But it's so easy to go to the hand first. And
Yeah.
sometimes you have to. I mean, you get yourself in a shitty situation. You're like, whoa, I gotta shut this down right now. But
Yeah.
like when you're kind of working things and you do it that way, then you're allowing the horse to respond to you through your aids as opposed to making the horse do something. Yeah.
Yep. I like it. Crunchy or smooth peanut butter?
Oh, I get this question. Hmm. Crunchy. See, I'm eating it as I'm thinking about it. Well, I kind of like the crunchy.
The
Kind
only
of like
right answer. Yeah.
gives me like the full experience. Like I can hear the crunch of the peanuts in there. I've got a little bit more texture in my mouth. The
Yeah.
peanuts hold on to the peanut butter a little bit longer, so it extends your experience. So there you
You
go.
find that little fragment 5 minutes later and you get to chew a peanut again,
Like
right?
right when it's stuck in your tooth, and like later on you dig that thing out and you're like, oh, a little treat.
Uh-huh. Way better to find a fragment of peanut than like liver and onion, right? I mean, there's no question.
Can't do it. Can't do it. I want to like liver. I really do. It smells good when it cooks, and then every time I put it in my mouth, I'm like, nope.
So, since I'm thinking about this right now, how big of a component is mouthfeel to you on a whiskey?
Ooh. It actually is a pretty big deal because I don't like when it evaporates off my tongue right away. When it has that too strong of an alcohol hit. I
Hmm.
I like I like to be able to kind of swirl it around there and it just kind of lingers as opposed to just poof, it's off my tongue.
Yep. I like kind of the heavier, thicker, more syrupy kind of if they're too watery or anything. Um, I don't prefer that. It's not terrible, but it's just I'd rather I rather a little more body in there myself.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah. If my ice, like I usually do it neat with one nice big ice cube.
Mm-hmm.
If it's too much, if the ice is melted too much, then I don't tend to like the bottom of my whiskey glass.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I think what they say, like 30% water in a whiskey is like ideal. Because if it does have that strong like evaporation component, that 30% of water will like tamper that just a bit. So it's like kind of, you've got like a certain amount of like the sweet spot of
Mm-hmm.
really in whiskey.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that the big ice cubes are a big deal, yeah, because like crushed ice in there for a
It
mixed
makes
drink
too
maybe, but
fast.
not if
Yeah.
I'm really trying to enjoy my whiskey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you tell us something unexpected about you?
Um, I have a huge inner child, and so I run around the house making noises. And Casey's always saying to me, if people really saw how you acted at home, they'd never want to learn anything from you. So yeah, like I run around, dance in the kitchen, I dance in grocery stores, um, make really weird noises for no reason whatsoever, and then crack myself up. Yeah, so there's a lot of that going on around the house that I probably don't do a whole lot of, like when I'm
I don't
trying
find that unexpected about you at all. That
to
totally fits. But anyway,
I just I mean when I say a yard sale, I truly am a yard sale unless I'm focusing.
hmm
So I don't, yeah, so I don't know if that's so unexpected. I'll think about that as we go on, and then if something pops in my head, I say, yeah, yeah, you might not expect that from me, but yeah.
I try to get in these questions is more about personality revealing. I think that all of us kind of have our public persona, and so this is trying to be a little more revealing about the quirks that make you you, and so to speak. So
I think I'm pretty quirky.
yeah, but that's part of your charm. I mean that I could see, yes, when Jillian's at home, she doesn't ever sit down on the couch. She leaps over the back into the couch. Like that totally plays. I get it. Yeah. 100%.
And then sometimes I'm like, oh, you're 50 years old. You should like, not be, talking baby talk and doing something like ridiculous, but I just can't get rid of it. Like
I
when I
think
try to
it's
put it down, I'm like, oh, I am boring and too serious. I'm on the floor constantly making out with my dogs. I mean, I probably have a worm load like nobody's business. I cannot stop kissing them. I have to kiss them and kiss them more. And then Indy's ears kind of smell bad. So then I have to smell her ears. And then it smells so funky that I keep smelling it, like one of those things. Like,
hmm
yeah, so I'm very much like that in the dog beds, kissing the dogs. I know it's probably bad practice. I kiss my horses the same way. I can grab their muzzles and kiss them. And Chrissy Rashid, Mark's wife,
hmm
we talk about cuteness aggression.
hmm
Like when you see, oh, I just have to squeeze it so much. Like Chrissy's that way. Like, I just want to squeeze her guts out. She's so cute. I do that to people and animals. Like Lenny.
Yep.
I love them. I squeeze them, and then I'm like, oh my God, they must hate me because I just have to squeeze them so much and kiss them.
It's one of the things I will never get used to. My wife is a cat person, and we've got all these barn cats around here and everything, and she is so damn rough with those cats. I feel like that thing should just claw her eyes out, and they just take it. Like and I've kind of learned if I want to make friends with one of the cats in particular, rough it up. They love it.
And
That's their deal. They can handle the cuteness aggression. Not really a problem. My son's the same way. He's 12 and he's got this affinity with cats. And I mean, like, I don't know how he's not torn up all the time the way he handles these things. And they
and they
go with
love
it.
it.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Cuteness
feel
aggression.
like my dogs have learned helplessness.
hmm
They just finally had to like give in to me. Like, oh, here she comes again. Just sit here. while she fondles me, and they're just like, okay, get it over with. But now now they like it.
That might be the episode title: Jillian Kreinbring, Horse Fondler. I like it. That'll. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. That's me.
Thoughts or feelings?
Feelings. Regrettably, if I had a thought and sat with the thought before I acted on a feeling, I probably would find myself in a better situation most of the time. So
I think most of us would. Yeah.
I make a lot of decisions from like gut feelings. Like,
Mhm.
oh, well, it makes me feel this way, instead of like logically thinking through something. Yeah.
Yep. I'm on the opposite end. I'm pretty much pegging the scale of logic and rational and all of that. And like we have kind of this woo-woo movement in the horse world and all. To me, a huge aspect of horsemanship and being successful with it is not bringing your feelings into the mix. So you said it earlier, you didn't use my words there, but it was about, can I raise my energy without actually having an emotion right now? Like that's good training. If you have the emotion, that's what leads to beating the shit out of something behind the barn, and you feel justified in it because you're mad right now and you're not in control. So like I don't like the woo-woo movement, because to me that's what it leads to. It puts you in that more manic, chaotic, not in control, which is good sometimes. I mean, I'm not going to say that's all bad, but it is related to the bad. You can shift from, one side of that coin to the other pretty easily. So to me, the responsible advice aspect of that is bottle that shit up. Have that emotion once we're out of the arena. But for right now, I actually have a mailbox at my arena, and it is for you to put your fear, your anxiety, what happened last week, the wreck you had 2 years ago, all your bullshit goes in that mailbox, and it doesn't enter this arena. If you care to take it out of the mailbox when we leave, that's fine. But right now and that to me is how we can do what's best for the horse. If all the other stuff comes with us, I don't know. It could be a deficiency of mine. That's just how I kind of see it. I don't know how I can bring all that with me and still do right by the horse, because that's not all good stuff. There's going to be problems that come in there with all of that too. But
Well, I think there's a healthy mix of both, right? So,
yeah.
And I would venture to say a feeling and an emotion might be two different things, right? So, like if you're working a horse and you have a feeling, I need to turn this horse back now, right? You might not have just had a thought process that happened, but you had it, I know I need to do that now. And so I think like with horses, it's more from that perspective. But like in everyday life, I'm very much a feeling person, right? So I think when you're with a horse, if you allow your feelings, right, to form every decision you make, that's going to get you in a lot of trouble. But I think being in the present and having that awareness gives you just that split second to differentiate a feeling and a thought. Right? Like, okay, I might feel this, which then will lead to a thought, as opposed to I have this thought and then it leads to a feeling. And so, like, there's just this like delicate balance between those two things that I think helps us communicate with another living being that also has thoughts. Now, do I think a horse would have a feeling about something? I think horses can have feelings, absolutely. But like if they're on you, like that ear's on you, they're watching you, and they're going to make a decision based on what they perceive you're communicating to them, which is a thought. They're not necessarily going to always make a decision based on their perception of a feeling, unless it's like anger, which could scare them and trigger them, right? Because they can read that. Like, so they might see my body language that can bring them to ease, to a place of relaxation. Or I can get like this, and they're going to perceive that emotion and then have a response to my emotion and my body language. So it's interesting to think about, well, how does a horse go through life and how does a human go through life? Are they the same? Are they different? Do I perceive the horse in the same way that the horse perceives me? I don't
My
know.
way of organizing that is like the way the brain has developed and evolved. We have the limbic system, which is kind of the central core of it. That's where all of the feelings are. And then as humans, we've got the prefrontal cortex that is, much more highly developed than anything else. To me, the feeling side of it, and I don't mean, I'll use your example there of a difference between feelings and emotions, but the feeling side of it is the more primitive side of it. When we can give that an organization and an explanation, that's when we're into the logical thinking side of things. So I definitely will have cases with a horse, like maybe a tricky problem horse, or particularly one that's dangerous. I'm going to do that by feel. And so I could probably watch the video of what I was doing after and explain it, but that conversation is not going on in my head. I'm in the more primitive feeling spot, but I'm not giving words or explanations to why. So there would be times I could work a horse and I could say he's feeling this or he's this way. I don't know why he's this way. I don't know why I know that he's this way, but I know that he's this way. But I can't break it down into the ear flick, the eye blink, all of these other little things. But there's definitely something I'm picking up here that tells me this. And I
So
trust that. I know that I'm right about it, but I don't have, it's not familiar enough or organized enough or whatever where I could give the thinking, logical, rational breakdown of it. So to me, that's a secondary step, and kind of how we try to organize it and all, which is, it's fine. But that's kind of how I was actually working on writing an article on this about how we tend to explain things of how the horse is afraid of this or reacting to that, or he doesn't like, you're not handling him in a manner that he's comfortable and now he's hard to catch. And that's the symptom of, but the horse isn't having that conversation in their head. They're just reacting to feelings, but there's not an explanation or a logical pathway for them in their head. That's us it's really us anthropomorphizing it. We're given an explanation in order to draw out the abstract and organize it where we can understand it. But that doesn't mean that it's the same experience we're describing for the horse. It's just how we contemplate it and organize it for our own understanding, I guess.
I think humans have put a phrase to this very concept, which is, you don't hear it that often anymore, but that you just have basic common horse sense. Maybe a sense, right? Like, and maybe that comes from the fact that we just have always been around them and we know them, right? Or like maybe somebody grew up in the city, they have street smarts, right? So maybe it's more of a sense. I don't know.
No, and I think in a real, like the same way that the hair might stick up on your arm or you get goosebumps or the back of your neck or whatever. And I don't know why that just happened, but I know I'm backing up. I'm not walking further down this road, right? Something's telling me no.
Go there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an
Okay.
internal knowing of something. Yeah.
Are you decisive or indecisive?
Decisive.
Decisively indecisive too. I
It's
cannot
like,
tell you the people that have answered indecisive, and I have to edit out 2 minutes of silence before they finally give me an answer. And you just wham, decisively indecisive. I love that.
well, and it also depends on, like, it's weird. I feel like I'm a different person working with horses than I am oftentimes in my everyday life. So that means I haven't grown, right? Because growth is when you learn something from one area and you can apply it to other areas of your life. So I can be very decisive when I'm working with horses, but when it comes to what I want to eat, I'm indecisive. Or what freaking movie I want to watch on Netflix, I'm indecisive. Like things like that. I'm like, oh my God, like just make your freaking mind up. I drive myself crazy, right? But when I'm with a horse, I'm pretty decisive. Because I think that's what keeps us safe. That's what keeps you like totally in the moment, And if I'm not decisive, I'm going to stop. I'm going to think about it so that I don't do something stupid.
Yeah. Well, when you're with a horse, a decision's going to be made. It's going to be yours or theirs. So you had better be ahead of that curve, or you will have consequences to deal with at some point, right?
Yep.
Do you have a favorite piece of tack or horse-related tool?
Yes, I do. Like some women collect shoes and some women collect like handbags or, for me, it's cavesons.
Okay.
I love cavesons and my ability to shape a horse energetically through the use of that tool is really amazing. It's so clear to them. So yeah, I love my caveson. I have like 15 different kinds of cavesons in my tack room. And then you kind of like see what
I'm
horse.
going to assume for clarity, we're talking about more the groundwork, in-hand work type of caveson with a ring on the front of the nose. I'm not sure everybody in the audience will have
Yes,
made that connection. So yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Yep.
So you even have a YouTube video with Manolo Mendez showing how to fit those, which I like pretty well. The interdental space of a horse's mouth is something that's not as understood by as many people as it should be. So I thought that was a pretty good video.
Yeah,
Also, the fragility of the nasal bones. I see some contraptions on horses' heads sometimes that just scares the hell out of me. All these mechanical hackamores and stuff, just like, no.
and I will say that not all cavesons are made the same. They have different mechanics, they have different materials. And personally with my students, if they don't have rope handling skills, if they're not coordinated enough with a lunge whip, a bamboo, their body, the ability to coil and uncoil, I don't start them off with a caveson that has metal in the nose because it's just dangerous. And just like anything, it can be the most subtle, most wonderful piece of equipment, or it could be a torture device depending on the hands that are wielding it. So I have a lot of cavesons that are just soft material where, we talk about how to work the horse, how to hold the line, the purpose of it. So, there are a lot of variations. There are good cavesons, there are bad cavesons. But you have to be able to have some instruction and learn how to use it and how to fit it. Like a lot of dentists, get blamed for horses having some lacerations on the side of their cheeks without ever considering that the noseband was too tight or their halter was too tight or what have you. And they have that sitting on, and the upper arcades are wider than the lower arcades. And so the horses are lacerating their cheeks. So there's a lot about how your equipment fits that also, can lend to big issues, and other people get blamed for stuff like that. So Manolo's caveson, I call it like the Ferrari of the cavesons, and you kind of have to graduate to being able to work with that piece of equipment. So I don't start everybody off out in that particular caveson.
Yeah.
Or they
Lead
use
ropes.
Yeah, or like the big thing, like something that makes me cringe is somebody says, "Yeah, I got one of those cavesons because my horse kept pulling away on the lunge line," and that makes my skin crawl because I'm like, "Well, that is not why you use the caveson. That is a fundamental, basic issue that you got to work through and not use the caveson as a torture device so that doesn't happen. Caveson is there to shape, nothing more than that, like a paintbrush, little stroke here for shaping." So again, it's about the amount of education that goes into using a piece of equipment like a bozal or a rope halter or whatever. You know, you have to learn your equipment, purpose behind why you use that equipment, and then how to use it according to what benefits the horse.
Mm-hmm. So like I have an array of the way that I have my bridles hung up, you know, there's kind of snaffles on this end and then going up to spade bits. And so I have bit and on the other end, assault bit. That's kind of how I like to organize it, you know?
Yeah, I could do that with my cavesons too.
I do that in my presentations on the nutcracker effect thing. I have the regular nutcracker, and then you know the mechanical one that has the lever on. That's the assault nutcracker, right?
Love it. That's so funny. I love your sense of humor. Sure, it's wonderful.
Um, okay, we're dragging on, and I love the conversation we're having, but I'm going to skip a few questions here and get to the real meat of the conversation. So, ear bonnet or no ear bonnet?
Gosh. Ear bonnet when I lived in Vermont because the black flies are horrible and the deer flies. In Texas, no ear bonnet.
Yeah,
No bugs.
I
I mean,
like
some.
that. See, I don't have any opposition to it if it's actually there to accomplish something. If it's like the putting a sweater on a dog thing, though, like no, it's not there to be
Only
color coordinated
if
with your saddle
necessary.
pad or yeah. Um, okay, so are your hands or your legs better?
Mm. I think my legs are better.
Mine are, yeah.
My
And I,
my legs are better, and I'm still working on riding again more from the seat and the leg, and my hands are just a recipient. So I would say my legs are better.
I like that. I think that's as it ideally would be anyway. Go ahead.
I have a little visitor.
Oh, a little visitor. Okay. He's gonna need some kisses now.
I got smell her ear. She was crying to come in here, so Casey had to let her in.
Yeah, yeah. Left or right lead? So do you have one you have to be a little more intentional about and a natural proclivity there, or are you perfectly balanced and an ideal rider?
No, my trouble is with my right, so I try to do a little bit more to the right. It's very natural for me to go left, but I think that's pretty common. Um, so I'm very aware of it. So I try to work more on my right lead, and I try to visualize it more, like when I'm going to bed or something like that. I try to visualize the right, visualize the right, visualize the right. So yeah.
This is one of those questions I almost hesitated to get into because I assumed people were going to lie to me and not admit that they had a troublesome lead. But I've been very pleasantly surprised. And now I have a follow-up question. Do you know if you are right or left footed? Like if I
I
threw a soccer ball in the grass, which would you go kick it with?
I would kick it with my right.
Yeah. So I have only had maybe asked this of 10 people or something like that. Now, so far, only one person has been not counter footed. So right leg, left lead. There's only been one person that was like right leg, right lead, same
Interesting.
side. So I think there's a correlation there. One of the things I do in clinic sometimes is have people pick their feet up and look at the bottoms of their shoes to
Mhm.
show them that they wear their shoes differently. So you have unconscious habits and patterns of how you move that you're not aware of. If you walk up to the stairs, you're going to take the first step of the stairs with the same foot almost every time. You'll do a little stagger step. You're not aware of it, but you'll do that consciously. And so if you're doing that and you're not aware of it, gives us a little more appreciation for some inconsistencies the horses may have with how they move their feet, and a little more trouble here or whatever, because you have it too and you didn't know it until we picked your shoes up, right? So
I love that. That is very clever. Very, very good way of teaching that. Like I have a mounting block. So what I try to do is do 10 step ups with my right and then stop. And then I try to do 10 step ups with my left. Right. So I do try to work on my symmetry. I'm very much right hand dominant. So I think that's really important for us. And you know, like you said, bringing that up because so many of us are just not aware of how sighted we are and how we put that into the horse. So like right now I'm working with the Amish to make what I'm calling a symmetry halter because everything is, you know, the buckle on the chin is almost, well, it is, it's always on the left. I want to be able to do things equally from the right and the left
Mm-hmm.
because we put so much of our own sidedness into the horses.
Yep.
And it could be something as simple as like, you know, I'm going to lead my horse out on the left. I'm going to lead my horse in on the right. But a lot of times we don't because we're uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So,
So I switch up. I do a lot of colt starting stuff, and I mount from the right quite
oh,
often. In fact, it's my habit. This actually happened in the late 90s and early 2000s when so many people started wanting to start their own colts. And then I would get train wrecks in my round pen from that. And I figured I had a blank slate on the right where I had a habit of train wrecks on the left. And so I started mounting more from the right. And then I would alternate. So kind of do a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we mount on the left, Tuesday, Thursday, we mount on the right, that kind of a deal. And let me tell you, this is a little known fact, but the stirrup on the right is 2 inches higher than the stirrup on the left. That's the way that always works out.
oh, like
It
because
feels like it anyway.
oh, how
Yeah.
interesting. That's so interesting. Well, it's funny because the last book we just did for our Books and Bourbon was Tom Dorrance's book.
Mhm.
And he talks about how when he starts a horse, he does almost everything from the right because he knows if the horse comes back to him, that he will have already instilled what he needed to instill in the horse on the right. But if the horse goes away, they probably won't do anything on the right. So he could always come
Mhm.
back to the right.
That
And
was his place to, yeah.
yes, I'm like, wow, that is so clever. So, yep. So there.
I even do like on my colt starting saddle, I have, instead of an off billet, I have a latigo on both sides. So I
Ah,
can
that's
completely
neat.
detach the girth and saddle them up just like that on the right, just like on the left.
Very
Little
good.
things like that, you know. Yeah,
Makes a big difference.
it does. Oh. What is the best smell in the barn?
Alfalfa hay.
It's a good one.
That's a hard one to beat.
Sweet, salty, or spicy?
Mm. Well, okay. So this has changed since menopause. So before it was definitely sweet. Now I'm like into the spicy thing, salty and spicy. So
Hmm.
I feel like I've like experienced both in my life. So on this side of 50, I'm thinking salty and spicy. Yeah.
I can appreciate that. Those would be my dominant ones too. I don't have that much of a sweet tooth. What is your favorite dinosaur or deep sea creature? I'm going to say before you answer, this has been a very disappointing question for me because I have unfortunately discovered that a lot of adults no longer have a favorite dinosaur or deep sea creature. And that really that that tears at your faith in humanity right there. But I think, Jillian, you're going to have a favorite dinosaur or deep sea creature for me. So please restore my faith in humanity now.
Okay. Okay. So dinosaur, I love the Stegosaurus.
Okay.
I just like those things down the middle of the back. I just think those look cool and they look badass.
Mm-hmm.
So those critters are cool. Sea creatures, since I watched that movie, My Octopus Life, I mean, octopuses are amazing. I mean,
It's a what?
I mean, they're like alien. Like I think they are alien.
Mm-hmm.
They're
I,
incredible.
I want to have an octopus. Yeah. The bad thing is they're not very long lived, like a year and a half or something like that, and that's it. But I follow several people with Instagram accounts and all that have octopus, and they go through a little training. Oh yeah, the Reef Doc is a really good one on Instagram, and they go through kind of like, they'll put their food in different containers and things and kind of test them. And I mean, they really form a bond. The octopus will like come to them and crawl in their hand, and it's pretty cool. It really is.
You've seen the documentary, I'm guessing.
I have not. No.
Well, you should. It is similar to what you're just saying, but it's about this videographer in a whole year or more of his life diving and going to see this little octopus and the relationship that they formed. I think it's called My Octopus Life, and it's on Netflix. It's a beautiful, beautiful documentary. And then there are these other creatures in the ocean, and I don't know what the name of them are, but they're really down in the deep, and they light up like all different colors,
Mhm.
and they regenerate themselves. They even regenerate their own brains. Like, it's amazing. Like, there's so many answers in the ocean. So I wish I knew what they were called. You could just do a Google search, but yeah, they regenerate, and they're really down in the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean, and they light up like in rainbow colors, and they're completely regenerative. It's amazing.
You-
I mean, it's amazing.
Do you know that we know more about the surface of Mars than we do the bottom of the ocean
Oh
on
my
our
God.
own planet? It is such an undiscovered territory. Yeah, really
Amazing.
something.
Like that, I just find fascinating. Like that is so fascinating to me. Or ancient civilizations, like the ancient past. So fascinating to me.
Hmm. Yeah, like the pyramids. We don't have the technology today to build the pyramids, and they did it without excavators and cranes and all that stuff back then.
Amazing.
And then, so like a lot of people don't realize this, but the Mayans, so Aztecs and all here in South and Central America, they built pyramids just like the Egyptians did, just as big and around the same period of time, even though they're on opposite sides of the world, don't know about each other's culture. Like, how do you explain that? It's not like there was a group text that said, "Hey, we're going to start building pyramids" or something. Like, it's pretty interesting stuff. Yeah.
It is. I
Oh,
love things that make my brain like kind of just go, whoa. Like that's incredible.
so
You know,
here's another one for you. There were 33 species of camel in North America. There were four
really?
species of elephants, mastodons and all, and there were mastodons roaming Tennessee 12,000 years ago.
That's amazing. And in White Sands, New Mexico, they noticed these footprints, right? And they were mastodon footprints. And then as they got to looking, there were human footprints next to them. And so it kind of threw the whole timeline off of when humans were in the Americas. So then they excavated down more deeply, and they found even more human footprints. So like it's kind of like a controversy within the world of archaeology. His name's Graham. I can't think of his last name, but he's always
Hmm.
kind of questioning, is what modern day archaeology teaching really what was going on? Because just like in research, a lot of researchers get attached to their research, right? And they don't necessarily want to waver away from what their research proved, right? And in
Hmm.
graduate school, we had to take a research ethics course. And probably the number one greatest piece of information that I got from my professor, Al Gunther, was that you want people to poke holes in your research.
Hmm.
That is the
Trust
number
the
one.
science is not how you do science, right?
You
Yep.
want people to poke holes in your research because that's how you grow a field of knowledge. So, okay, let's say you have 10 principles or discoveries in your research. 3 of them are really, really solid, but these 7 are questionable. Well, then another researcher comes along and says, okay, let's look at these 7 things that were stated in this research paper. Let's backfill and add more layers. So now instead of the 3 being pretty solid, now let's say we have 5 that are solid, right? So that's how you continue to layer. But unfortunately, in university systems, and this isn't true of all academics, But it's not uncommon that an academic will hold so tightly to their research that they don't ever want to be wrong.
Mm, yeah.
And my professor's like, no, you want people to poke holes into it. And that's really served me well. So like even in my functional anatomy course, I taught that for 17 years. Well, what I taught 17 years ago and what I teach now are two totally different things.
Mm-hmm.
And even now, like I know that I've got things I need to update or things that might, be wrong based upon current research. So like it's constantly evolving. And that's so important, Last year I was too busy. I just had so much on my plate, but usually every year I try to take a month, try to catch up on the latest research and adapt my course, right? So it's okay if I was wrong 4 years ago. Maybe that
Mm-hmm.
piece of research wasn't available 4 years ago, but now it is, right? So I think it's really important to get comfortable with being questioned and not knowing, get comfortable with being uncomfortable with something
Yeah.
is
Always
is
be a
really
student.
is really
So
important.
purely for scratching my own ego and amusement here, I'm going to ask you, until you heard my talk in January, were you consciously aware that male horses didn't have nipples?
No, I was not. I I was not aware of that obviously little known fact. And it has been a subject of many conversations since then. So
Does
it's,
it not blow the top of your head off?
I mean, I was like, first of all, the fact that he even noticed that was genius. Like, I've been around, horses my whole life, and it never even occurred to me to to question that. So thank you. You really opened up my awareness.
I mean, if anyone out there is going to be studying the male nipple, I guess it's going to have to be me. But I have to say it's funny little quizzical sort of a thing, but it does illustrate how there are things that should be obvious that professionals that have spent decades studying this haven't yet noticed. And so there is definitely more to learn. That's kind of the whole reason I
Yeah.
bring it up. But if I wasn't watching a Cryptorchid get castrated and ran out of things to talk with my 11-year-old son about, I never would have noticed it either. That
It's
was
crazy. Never, ever, ever was a thought that ever crossed my mind.
but is that a way to open a presentation? Let me tell you.
Was you had everybody just like that. Everybody's like, what? No, never thought of it. It was a
Plus,
great.
yeah, I'm a little irreverent at times too, and I think you need to know right off the bat this is the kind of man that will throw nipple into the conversation at a professional presentation. You listen to me from a different perspective once you know that bit of information, right?
It actually prepared me for our talk because I'm like, okay, this is going to be fun, right? It's not going to be your typical, podcast. This is just going to be like the real, let's just get that all out on the table.
Yeah. Um, well, Jillian, that concludes the icebreaker questions, and I've tabulated your score here. I'm pleased to let you know that you have scored 4,384 points, which is our highest score of all time on this game. So
Wow.
you killed it. That entitles you to either an awkward silence or a genuine compliment, your choice.
Hmm. I'm going to go for the awkward silence.
It's like Christmas came a little bit early. That was a gift for both of us right there. I really, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for making that choice. It's always the right choice. Absolutely.
Yes, it is always the right choice. And you're comfortable with somebody when you can have the awkward silence.
Yes. There should be more awkward silences. Most people talk a lot and say very little. They should be silent more, right?
My dad always used to say, you never learn something by talking. Best
Um,
to shut your mouth and listen.
okay, so I think we learned a lot about you in the lightning round questions there. I enjoyed that a bunch. We had a lot of little tangents, but that's how a conversation goes, right? So you have a master's of science. You're teaching functional anatomy, and you also bill yourself as an artist. And I find that to be sort of the thoughts and feelings. There's a bit of a dichotomy there to me. So how do you justify your weirdness here, Jillian? Like what is it? Are you a scientist? Are you an artist? Like pick a side. Come on.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't think you can separate art from science. So, okay, so I have to digress a little bit. So growing up around horses, it was kind of a free-for-all, right? So I rode my horses, I rode my ponies. I didn't have a lot of formal instruction. It was like, throw the kid up on the horse, ride it, right? Oh, you take it to the sale, it's a kid broke horse. Little do people know it broke the kid, right? But so I didn't have a lot of formal instruction. So most of my work with the horses was just through trial and error, feeling things, feeling for when it felt right, feeling for when it wasn't right. And, when we're young, our myelinization process of our nerves is so fast, right? So you learn like a little sponge. But I didn't have any dogma to follow. I didn't have any technique to follow. And that happened later in life, in my early 20s, when I really started to be molded by instructors and trainers and so forth. And then I kind of flipped the scale to becoming really technical, like really technical. And so I kind of lost some of the joy, and I became a very technical rider. And I kept working on technique, and I kept working on technique. And what I realized was my horses, they say you have to be careful. You should be and I don't even like these words, but the master of the horse, but the horse shall not be the slave. And I find that a lot of times horses become slaves to the technique because we become so technical. It has to be this way. It has to be this way. I have to sit this way. I have to do this. I have to do that. And so the horses become mechanical. And so I went through a phase where my horses were very obedient. They were very mechanical and very technical. But I found that I didn't have the joy in my writing anymore. And that's where, like, my teacher Manolo really open my world back up, because I've never seen somebody ride with such joy. At 72 years old, he will fly around this arena just to open a horse up and use his bamboo and talk to him and hey, he has so much joy because he's not trapped by technique, and he's not trapped by dogma. And I realized that I wanted to have more of that again, more of the free form. And when I started to find that place again with my horses, the arena no longer became a technical platform, but it became a canvas to create something beautiful between myself and the horse. And it's not that it's void of technique, or technicality, but it's looking more for 3 or 4 strides of just that amazing feeling, and not trying to make all the other strides be just like that. It's like setting up the canvas into being able to have 4 or 5 amazing strides of expression that is shared between the horse and I. And so from that perspective, it's become more artful for me as opposed to technique based. Okay. So that's where I kind of mesh the worlds. So like with functional anatomy, yes, you have to understand the structure of the horse. And I'm particularly looking at, the musculoskeletal system and how the horse should move its body to carry the weight of a rider in a healthy way, so that you can work towards not just having a long life with a horse in terms of riding, but one that is full of longevity and vitality. So I'm not interested in that my riding horse is still alive at 26 if I had to retire him at 12 because I used him up. because I was using his body, or my riding technique was working against his structure and his mind inevitably and forcing him. But I want to be able to ride my horses at 25 where they're still healthy and sound and have a lot of vitality. So you have the science part of it, you have the technique part of it, and I think you have to go through that stage to then kind of come full circle back around to having technique, but still coming back to the joy that you may have had unencumbered as a child.
Yeah.
And so it kind of comes full circle. So I feel like I'm in that part again where I'm allowing myself to not be trapped by perfectionism and technique, and to allow it to guide me, but not to control me, so I can have joy again with my horses. So they're not the slave to my technique.
Yep.
So that's kind of how I try to kind of
I love
balance.
that. Got to bring the inner child into the saddle with you, right? I have no interest in a Grand Prix horse I can't have a pool noodle sword fight on. Like, that's all got
Exactly.
to be together.
And you see that you don't have that so much anymore. It's like
Oh,
it's so technical. And I just had to question myself, well, what kind of relationship do I really want to have with my horses? Like, do I want to ride to the Grand Prix level? Yes, I do, but I don't want to at the expense of making it a miserable experience for myself and my horse. And I've had that, where I don't think I was happy and I don't think the horse was happy, because again, it goes back to us trying to make the horses do something as opposed to or organically setting it up for it to happen, and then not to have the expectation that the whole ride had to be that way, but
yeah.
to be very happy with, you know, 2 or 3 really amazing moments. Do you hear a funny sound? Is it coming through?
I do not. I mean,
Because the chickens are outside here,
oh,
and they're scratching and they're throwing dirt up against the wall, and I didn't know if you were.
I don't hear it. Mics don't pick up that. I have a refrigerator kicking on and off, and I've had 6 kittens playing about 5 feet to my right most of this time. I'm assuming you haven't heard any of that. So yeah.
Yeah, but I was like, it was kind of loud. The chickens. I
Uh,
love my chickens, so there you
yeah,
go.
I haven't heard it at all. Um, so I would consider myself a pretty mechanical rider. I feel like a lot of people are missing that. I don't think that's the whole picture, but it's just part of the tools in your toolbox. Like, one of the simple things I do at clinics, sort of to gauge riders and introduce myself, is I have everybody start off in a semicircle, and I ask them one at a time to ride forward 7 steps and stop on the 7th step. Seems like a pretty simple task. To date, in 12 years of doing clinics, I have the most I've ever had, and this only happened about a year ago, is 3 people be able to ride forward and stop on the 7th step on the first try. And usually it's 1 or 2, and I have had clinics where nobody did. And so that's kind of something we get into. I actually have a walking challenge that we were doing in December for people, and it is a little obstacle course of simply like ride your horse forward 7 or 11 steps, starting with the left front, stopping back 3 steps. Now side pass over, and it has a map laid out of exactly which foot should move where, and it's kind of a 1, 2, 3, right front, left front, da 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 da, which should seem simple, but go try it. So you want to be loping around and working on collection and frame. Can you walk? Like, um,
Absolutely.
so I like that there's a place for more technical stuff. And to me, when we ride that way, it gets simple and specific, which is a pure and easy form of communication. So the horse will readily understand that stuff. I also use it as an inroad. To me, probably the single biggest problem that I see out there commonly is that most people have no idea where their horse's attention is, and they don't have any skill set or even awareness that that's an important thing they need to be monitoring and on top of. And to me, that's kind of a step 1. But if you get in something as intense as, can I do a 90-degree turn to the left, starting with right front, go exactly 4 steps, ride forward 8 steps, you're that precise about things, just as a consequence, your horse is going to be so zoned in on you and ears on you and everything that you'll develop that tool even though you're not consciously working on it. Now you can be too precise. You could blow him the hell up and make him hate you too. Like there has to be that balance, right? We can't be intense forever. But I like that aspect of it. But I definitely see the part where you're talking about the art of it too. I want to also play. That's kind of actually, I don't feel like I do enough rides that are just me riding a horse. It's always a work kind of a thing, and I've really been meaning to, like this week I need to do a just goofing off, whatever in the hell, no structure, no agenda, no. I just need to go be with my horse for a little while and dink around on him, So.
I mean, even like the language, like I realize like, oh, I have to work my horses. I have to work my horses. I have to work my horses. But just even the word work, right? Like, so I try to replace that, like, oh, well, I need to go spend some time with my horse today, or I need to go play around with my horse, just kind of change my language to lighten it up. But a couple of things that you said reminded me again of Manolo, about the attention. And oftentimes he'll say, when he understands and I understand, two become one. And I think that again is, when we have a good ride, that's what we're experiencing, right? That's that centaur moment or what have you. And that can't be devoid of technique, right? So like in my classes, I teach a lot of technique. So you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so like footfall is a very important thing. And that's not just, from the Dorrance brothers or natural horsemanship. I mean, this is talked about in Spanish riding school. It's throughout all of the history of horsemanship that's ever been written, is to know what's happening underneath you, to understand when the leg comes forward, when it lands, its stance phase, and its push off, because you're going to aid at different times according to where that foot is, right? So like just even today, I was reading the next book for our Books and Bourbon is called The Rider Forms a Horse. And it talks very extensively about the aids and the importance, because typically people learn when the leg is coming forward and they're aiding for everything at that moment. But there's so much more about the timing. Like, well, how do you get the hind legs to bend more? Well, you're going to half halt just as the leg lands and keep that leg on the ground a little bit longer so the horse bends. And then you immediately have to release that aid and have a driving aid or a forward aid so the horse can push off the more deeply bent limb. But it's very difficult to know or to be able to feel when the leg lands, or what does it feel when the leg pushes back. So there's techniques like that you have to practice. You have to practice what those things feel like. It's just like if you were an artist, you need to learn how to hold the brush and how to make a certain stroke before you can paint something on the canvas, right? So you have to spend time with technique, because you have to be able to know what you're feeling, right? So like in my rhythm class, that's what it's all about, is what do you feel in your seat bones? What do you feel in your thigh and your calf and your foot through every stride that horse takes? Or like what I was talking about just in the beginning of the Masterson conference was like just the little tip of the iceberg. If you can't feel it, what do you see? When the head goes to the right, the left hind's coming. Then the head's going to swing back to the middle and down. That's when the leg lands. Then when the head swings to the left, the right hind is coming. So if you can't feel it, watch for it, and then put what you see to a feeling, because everybody has to learn a little bit differently. So you definitely have to have technique, but then when the technique starts to like kind of fall away and you're not thinking about it, I think that's when you can start to have joy again with it and be creative, instead of it has to be this way. But like, oh, well, let me think about this. Well, let me just try this, and giving yourself permission to try something different because you understand how the body moves, and get creative.
So let me bring this up, because I like in the bit course and the bit video that we do, I actually have a pretty significant section in both of those on riding and how you're using your hands specifically, because to me, about 3/4 of the people that I work with air quotes bit problems, it's actually them. It has absolutely nothing to do with the tool that they're using. It has how they're using the tool. So one of the things I do is I film a horse walking toward me and let you watch his nose go left and right. And I find that good contact is one of the rarest things you'll see with people, because most people, they have both hands kind of rigid and locked, and the right hand and the left hand are always side by side, and the horse's head isn't doing that. The horse's head is swinging left and right, and so your right hand should be going forward, left hand, you should be moving independently like that. And that, you just don't ever see that. I mean, very, very rarely. When I see it, like, it's that person gets cataloged in my brain in a special group, and I don't even hear that talked about. And I think the restriction that we cause in most of these horses is just a damn shame and totally unwarranted. If we would just teach a little better and bring up things like that, and hey, by the way, that head doesn't just go up and down and in and out. It should, at least at the walk and the trot, that nose is swinging left and right. And if you aren't swinging left and right, you're restricting movement in the horse, and before long, I call it the chicken head syndrome. So have you ever picked up a chicken and you can move the body around and the head stays in
You said
exactly
that.
the same spot?
Yes, that is so cool.
So if you watch the muzzle of a lot of these horses, the muzzle is the chicken's head. It's always this far from the breastbone. It's stationary while the rest of the horse is bobbing up and down. And that's dysfunction. That is not how that should look.
Yeah, I always know when a rider is riding with too tight of a contact, or the horse has been overworked in side reins, because the horse won't have the infinity sign motion, but the horse will look like an oil derrick this way. So the horse is ducking behind the hand. So I always try to teach my students, when you have true contact, what you should be feeling in your reins is the hind legs. So we tend to ride what we see and not ride what we feel. And you have to, in your reins, and the head swings to the right, your right rein will just a quarter of an inch yield towards your right hip bone. And then you get this feeling, right? And you have to allow it, and then you have to follow it. But like you said, so many riders are taught to ride with the square feel. So they're rigid, and they hold, or they're braced, instead of feeling for and following the motion. So in the beginning, it's allowing it and following it, and then later you can redirect it, or you can direct it, right? Like, the head, like if I want my horse to give me a lateral flexion to the right, why would I ask for the lateral flexion when the head is swinging to the left? Right? When I'm lunging a horse and I want to spiral a horse in, when the head swings towards the inside of the circle, that's when I'm going to think about taking my coil, soften in, soften in, soften in, soften until I've taken a coil. That way I've never pulled the horse over the inside front leg. So that's what I like. That is technique. And you have to understand, and you have to feel that. Or like even like growing up in the Western world and riding a lot of Western horses and reining horses and this and that, whatever. If you think about a circle, if you're going to ride in contact, I'd rather have you ride on a drooped rein than this, which is I'm going to ride in contact. Horse has two sides of the body. It's got inside legs, it's got outside legs. So if you think about that, the inside legs make a smaller circle than the outside legs. Too many people ride with a square feel. So they don't allow with the outside rein. So the only thing the horse can do is bow the neck up, as opposed to push the forehead away. So you have to ride the circle. The outside of your body has to ride the outside circle. The inside part of your body has to ride the inside circle. But if you block and you have a square feel, the horse can do nothing but shorten the neck. And we know when we're looking at functional anatomy, in order for the horse to truly come into collection, it's about shortening the body, but the neck has to stay long, not bow up or go behind the vertical or above the bit. right? So in my reining horses, I got a lot of horses to bow up in the neck, and everybody thinks that's such a pretty neck. Well, I'm only riding the front of the horse. Horse has to actually lengthen outside of its body. So you're so right. Like a good contact is so, so, so important, and it's very hard to find because most people just trap the horses in the contact. Me included. I mean, I've made a lot of mistakes, but you know, I'm continuing my own evolution. Like even just reading this book, it was written in the 1930s. It's talking about these concepts that, you know, nobody's making up new things. These things have been written about, but we lose them. We lose them in translation. We lose them here. We lose them there. Manolo always talks about riding the horse on a circle like a wheelbarrow, right? You know, you have to allow a little bit with your outside rein. Doesn't mean give it away necessarily, but you have to have that allowance. So you know, you have to really think about those things when you are thinking about technique. But once you get it in your body, that's when you can start experimenting and playing with it. But we get so rigid and that's what I mean by like controlling every stride or getting a horse bound up. They just suck up, but they don't lengthen.
Yeah.
And that's important.
I call it turtling.
Yes.
Because they're just get withdrawn, and we have an epidemic of that going on right now. I feel like I need to bring our sponsor out and pay the bills for the episode at this point. And as always, I made a special effort to reach out and find just the perfect sponsor for you. So for Jillian, functional anatomist, we have got Don's draw reins, opioids, nose bands, and sidelines. Is your horse annoyingly sound and free in its movement? At Don's draw reins, opioids, nose bands, and sidelines, we have just what you need to make your horse frame up like a constipated, nearsighted gimp with scoliosis. Everyone knows that the highest level of riding that one can achieve is to have a horse riding well behind the vertical. This takes lots of skill, or just hear me out, some gear that the pros know will get the job done no matter what. Sidelines have long been the thing that helps to frame up your horse so that a nice 90-degree junction happens where the cervical and thoracic vertebrae meet. You too can have your horse's neck going straight up in front of the withers and your horse panting like David Carradine the minute before his expiration. If you're still not getting the characteristic peak of a broken second and third cervical junction, may we suggest draw reins. They'll give you a very low pull and get your horse to loping along in blind submission with their nose between their knees as God intended. What more could you want? We all know that modern performance horses have aches and pains. You do have to suffer to be beautiful, after all. So we're also here to help with the ancient milk of the poppy. Be a kind and humane owner and keep your horse numb with a shiny, unseeing eye. Horses originated in Asia, and so do our opioids. We've got 3 different strengths depending on your goals. Happy is for the reiner that needs to be chill, but still be able to run around and move. Hunter is a little more potent, and movement will be slow and easy. And our Western pleasure formula has just enough of a kick so that your horse will forget what gait it's in periodically in the course of that gait. The result is a beautifully slow and melodic trance-like state guaranteed to be rideable by anyone. Now, the unfortunate truth is that more and more people are reading horse body language. If you're worried that your horse might snitch on you, we've got all manner of medieval nose bands that will mask any body language that they might show. They'll still foam up like Old Yeller, but the world hasn't yet caught on to how much dysfunction foamy mouths actually indicate. So we're still good on that one. At Don's, draw reins, opioids, nose bands, and sidelines, our mantra is a foamy mouth is a profitable mouth.
God. Did you write
Okay.
that?
I did.
It is so funny.
It's the sole reason I started the podcast was to have the excuse to make up the sponsors every month. So,
Oh my God, that is so funny and unfortunately so true.
if it's going to be funny, it has to have the element of truth in it, right?
Oh my word. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
That's
You're welcome.
fantastic. Yeah. Yep. You see the struggle.
It is real.
It is. It is. I mean, honestly, I am such a passive person, which is why I love teaching functional anatomy. You can argue about technique and people's approaches all day long. It's pretty hard to argue about functional anatomy. I mean, it it is, like it's like putting two puzzle pieces together. This is how it moves.
This joint bends this way, and that's that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you can contort them, and just because you can doesn't mean you should. And that's kind of like another one of my favorite sayings. Like just because you can force your horse to do this doesn't mean you should, right? Because in the long run, you're going to have a lot of heartache and troubles because of it, because you're breaking their body down.
Yeah.
And for every one horse that can do it, there are 35 horses that couldn't do it.
I hate some of the rigid rules that we put out sometimes, like the horse can only carry 20% of their body weight and all that. Well, which horse are we talking about? The one with good conformation, or the one with too long of a back and very long pasterns and all of that kind of stuff? Are we talking about a rider that's 20% of the horse's weight and flows with the horse very nicely, or a rider that's 13% of the horse's body weight and bounces like hell on their back the whole time, right? One of the places I worked, we had a young lady. When I say young, I mean young. She was like 14 or 15. And she came into Lope, and she was a little barrel racer. And I mean, she probably weighed 110 pounds or something like that. Within a week, she had every damn horse she was riding sore as can be. I weighed literally double what she weighed, and I had never had any problem whatsoever. We get way too myopic on this stuff, and we kind of miss what the real point behind it was. That horse doesn't step on a scale. He doesn't have a calendar. You need to have some sense and some knowledge, and use some judgment, and be protective of them. And that's going to serve you way better than some of these rigid rules that we lose sight of the reality behind. So.
Yeah, and I think that rule was originally developed for cavalry horses that were packing.
Yeah, dead weight.
That's dead weight. Yeah, and so I've had that same experience. Like I'll have, here in Texas, we have a lot of ropers, and we've got big guys, big Western saddle, big men, and they might be on a 15-hand quarter horse. But I'll tell you what, that quarter horse's loin is so short and so broad, that horse doesn't have any trouble, doing his job. And I know some people will argue with me about that, but they know how to ride. They're up off the horse's back. That they do a lot of things right. And I'll tell you, a lot of those roping horses are 20 years old,
yeah.
and still going pretty strong without having to be buted up. So, but I think it is also because they're such active riders. They don't just sit and bounce and shorten their necks. They have a job, they put the horse on the job, they get it done, and they move on.
This is my new favorite saying. I've been giving lessons to virtual lessons to a lady lately, and she had ridden at a George Boris clinic, and he made the comment that someone was riding their horse like a bag of soup. And I thought, like, oh, I'm stealing that. That's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
A bag of soup?
A bag of soup.
I haven't heard that one before.
Oh, I'm spreading it through the world like glitter bombs right now. It's just, that's my new favorite thing. Absolutely. A bag of soup. I can see the little carrot and the chunk of celery right over here.
Yeah, you should make a little lip balm with a little graphic on it and give that to everybody. That's cute.
Oh. Well, why don't we talk a little bit? You've mentioned the books and bourbon a couple of times, and we are about to start the new year. And also, why don't you tell us a little bit about what that is? Because I love that deal. So.
Yeah, well, so my friend Suzanne Laskowski and I, we've been friends a long time, and we'd always talk to each other about, oh, I got this cool book, or did you see this book, and blah, blah, blah. And so, like addicts, we bought all these books and we never made time to read them. So we have this like amazing book collection, right? And like I'm so proud of my book collection. But then I have shame because I'm like, okay, yeah, I have all these like really great books, but I haven't really read them. I might like flip through them or something. And so we're like, okay, if we're doing this, the chances that other people are doing the same thing, collecting books and never taking the time to do it, is probably relatively high. So at that time, Suzanne had stopped drinking red wine and wanted a different drink. And so I was there teaching, and we went out, and she had a smoked old fashioned with bourbon. And so kind of turned her on to bourbon. So we're like, okay, so what we should do is have a books and bourbon equestrian club. So we encourage people to read some of these books that they have on their shelves. And if they are a part of a group, a collective whole, then that might be a nice enough little nudge to inspire them to make the time to do it. So that's how the Books and Bourbon Club was born, and it's been awesome. Sometimes like I'm like, oh no, I got to get to reading my book, but I really enjoy the process because we also do a PowerPoint associated with the book. So we take, a lot of notes, and we build slides. So when we have our discussion of the book, we put that PowerPoint on the Facebook group so everybody can download the PowerPoint, and they can pretty much get the gist of what the whole book is about and the discussion points for what we talk about. So you get a pretty good feel for the book, even if you didn't actually get the time to read it. So it's kind of a cheat, but not a complete cheat, but maybe enough of a cheat that it might inspire you to read the book if you didn't read the book. And then on the off months, so you get 2 months to read each book. And on the off months, we invite the author of the book on, or somebody closely associated with that body of knowledge, because some of these people who wrote these books are long gone. So, and that's also been like super interesting to talk to the authors or someone who is really well versed in that particular book or that literature. So it's been great. And it's fun, and people can put their questions into the feed. Of course, you have to have a Facebook page, but we just came out with the books for this year, and we try to do a classic book, on classic horsemanship. We try to do a natural horsemanship book. We try to do one on biomechanics. We try to do one on the horse's mind or the brain. And then we try to do one on, I guess, woo would be the unclassified, but let's say a different look or approach to it. So like this year, we're going to do riding with the chakras, for more of the worldly perspective. We're going to do Ados Podowski's My Horses, My Teachers. I can't remember all the ones that we're doing. We're doing Dr. Garrett Hoishman's new book on bend, which I'm really looking forward to reading. We're doing Writing in Connection, I think it is, by Kate Sendell, which is blending French style with Vaquero style writing, which looks really, really good. And then we're doing another one on horse psychology. I think it's called Wired for Connection. So it'll be another really good roundup of
And do y'all have a website that's associated with that?
Yeah, you can either it's booksandbourbonequestrianclub.net.
Okay. We'll have a link to that in the show notes and everything where people can, yeah.
And it's $95 a year to join, and that's for our administration costs, because it still costs to, of course, have the website up and pay to have the changes made. And it is a significant amount of time that Suzanne and I spend on reading and doing the PowerPoint. So, but for $95, I think you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Mm-hmm. And
And the other thing is, if you can't join us live, because we do it from a live feed, is everything is recorded and always stays on the Facebook page. So if you didn't get to watch something 6 months ago, you can go right back and watch it all. So, and it's like permanently recorded there. So if you paid for 2024, you will forever have access to that page. So you can go back and review or watch whatever it is that you might have missed.
And do they have to drink bourbon? Like, are Scotch drinkers allowed, or if you have a martini or anything, is that okay?
I guess, yeah, of course. You don't even have to drink. It's just kind of a catchy little phrase. But we also try to highlight like an adult beverage recipe on the website or or on the Facebook page. So like we'll do like a Christmas bourbon-y drink in December, or heck, you get eggnog, whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Coffee, water, whatever. It's just mostly that we're talking about horses and drinking something that we enjoy.
So why don't you give me rattle off 3 bourbons that are your preferences? What
Oh,
sort of bourbons do you like?
okay, so I like Four Roses. I think
Okay.
Four Roses does a decent bourbon. Woodford Reserve is always a good one. And of
Okay.
course they have different barrels and so forth. And then like kind of a cheaper just go to is Elijah Craig. And sometimes they have small batches that are also really good.
So you
Um,
definitely like the oaky stuff then.
I
That's
I
more your
do.
deal. Yep. That's
Yep,
okay.
I like the caramel taste, vanilla taste, a little tobacco taste. I don't like peppery. The peppery bourbons are not really my thing. We
So
want to
then
try for Books and Bourbon a bourbon called Horse Soldier, and it has a really good background to it. And oh God, there's so many God, there's so many good bourbons.
mhm.
It's hard to pick.
Have you done the so Texas has got a whiskey trail now, and they're not necessarily always bourbons, but have you done any of that? Or that's on my bucket list. We're trying to few buddies that get a van or something and a designated driver and just roll on through. But
Yeah, we live in a really good area. We live in the hill country, so there's a lot of distilleries and a lot of wineries, but there's a really, really good distillery in Smithville, Texas. And I can't think of the name of it, but they do really good gin. And they do a vodka. And actually the guy who owns it is the guy who, is it called Sky Vodka? What's the or
could be Ortitos,
Grey Goose.
Grey Goose. Okay. Mhm.
He sold that and then he started this little distillery in Smithville. And it is like really good stuff. And what I didn't realize is that Central Texas is known for we have a lot of juniper trees, and gin is made from juniper berries. So they
Mhm.
actually go out and harvest locally the juniper berries to make their gin. And they just came out with a bourbon, but apparently you're not supposed to call it bourbon unless it's made in Kentucky.
Yeah, they have 51% corn. There's a whole bunch of different deals to that. So yeah, I think a lot of them fit the American whiskey category, but they're not technically a bourbon. But yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
what
I'm
kind of flavor do you like?
so my ultimate favorite is Lagavulin. So I like more the smoky peaty scotches. That is absolutely my jam. Um, I have to say that I'm Buffalo Trace
Oh
as
yeah.
far as like a pretty affordable everyday driver. I think that's a pretty nice whiskey. And then I do like the spicy stuff. So there are some ryes that I kind of like
Mhm.
from time to time. But the smoky Scotch is my general
That's your
favorite.
favorite.
Yeah, if I'm like I'm gonna drink those neat, you know. If
Mhm.
if like Buffalo Trace, I might mix with a little something, although I'll drink it neat too. I don't like the oakier type stuff like what you were talking about right there, but I mean that's just the smoky. Like if you get me smoky and peaty, that's
That's
that's about as
fun.
good as it gets for me. Yeah. I want to feel like I'm surrounded by a campfire. That's the
Yeah, that's funny that you say that because I have a smoker, so I smoke a lot of my bourbon drinks.
uh-huh. Yep.
Um, and then I have like applewood or cedarwood or whatever. So I really like to do a lot of smoked bourbon drinks. Um, so I kind of spice them up a little bit that way.
Yeah.
But lately I've also been enjoying brandy. and warming the
Mhm.
brandy up and enjoying that. It sounds like I'm an alcoholic, but I
No,
really
yeah.
only have about 2 drinks a week. But I mean, I drink because I enjoy it. I like the flavor profile of it. I don't drink to feel intoxicated. I really like the experience of the flavor profile.
Mhm.
And before I started drinking bourbons, this is kind of how I got turned on to bourbon. I was a tequila drinker.
Yeah.
Yeah, not like a shooter, but like a good,
Uh-huh.
good sipping tequila. So I had gone to teach in Kentucky. It was Jill and Doug Drennick, nicest people, nicest people. And I pulled up, and Doug came out of the house, and he was so excited. He says, I knew you were coming. And so I went and got us a really great bottle of bourbon. And his wife was standing there, who does nothing but smile. She never stops smiling. And Jill said, Doug, she doesn't drink bourbon. She drinks tequila. And his face just fell. And so I said, Oh, Doug, no, I'm so excited you got bourbon because I've always wanted to learn how to drink bourbon. So you can educate me on how to drink bourbon. So over the course of the weekend, he got out several different bourbons and taught me how to taste and so forth. And so that's basically how I got hooked on it.
hmm And so you talk about tequila. I like mezcal, and a lot of times you get mezcal that's got the smoky profile to it too. So smoky is definitely my jam. That's the thread that ties it all together.
Yeah.
Uh, but I like a martini here and there, and all that kind of stuff
Yeah.
too. You know. So,
I got sick on mezcal, so and that was my mother's fault.
uh,
Made me a Moscow mule, and she said, I'm gonna make it with mezcal. I'm like, okay. So she made me a Moscow mule with mezcal. That went down pretty darn easy. So she said, Oh, do you want another one? I said, Yes, I'll take another one. So I got about halfway through that one, and I was like, whoa, that really hit me. And then I couldn't even finish it, and I was
hmm
spinning. Well, the next day I didn't feel so good. And so I said, Mom, how much mezcal did you put in that drink? And she says, Oh, I only put this much. And I went, Mom. And then she went, This much? I'm like, You evil woman. So ever since then, I've been off of mezcal. She burned my drink really bad.
So you have kind of these things as you grow. Um, we had some customers, one of the bosses that I worked for, go out to dinner after the show and that kind of stuff. And they were big, it was, Bombay Sapphire martinis. They'd get around for the table. And I remember first martini I'd ever had, I'm like, I don't know, 23 or something. And I took a sip of that and I was like, yeah, this is not for me.
Uh,
Um, so then my grandma, who's still with us, she just turned 97. This is
wow.
this has been 20 years ago probably, but anyway, or no, not 20 years ago, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, because I had kids definitely at this point. I'm visiting her one evening and she would have a martini every evening. So I said, just sit down, I'll go make your martini. And so I go to the little bar and I'm like, okay, now how do you make a martini? What am I putting in this? She gives me the instructions, like, you know what? I'm gonna make one for me too, and I'll have one with you. And I drank it, and I found out I like a dirty martini. If you put a lot of that olive in there, that's yeah. So I had that one, and we're having a nice little talk. She says, "Well, why don't we have another one? Go make us a couple more." So, and I get like halfway through that second martini, and I'm like, "Mama, I can't feel my face. Like, shit, you're drinking two of these every, like, because she was probably 85 at that point. You know what I mean? Like, you are a tough old lady, Mama.
Oh, good. Well, you met my mom. Who would have thought
Uh-huh.
she could drink me under the table?
Yeah.
But she can drink me under the table.
Uh,
That's funny.
Occupational hazard in the horse business.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, Jillian, we have talked a little bit about Manolo, and you are hosting him for clinics in the U.S. And I know you've been in that for a few years and have a pretty close relationship with him. So why don't you tell us how that sort of started and how you might characterize his style of classical dressage?
Yeah. Well, when I was in graduate school, in the summers, I always found a place to work with the horses. And so I found myself working in Oregon State. And I was living in a typical working student type situation, like a 12 by 12 stall, with another kid in bunk beds. And so this woman took pity on me, and she says, "Hey, would you like to come over for a shower and a good meal?" So I took her up on it. And as I was there, she was asking me about my research at the university. And I was explaining that I was looking at how the muscles develop, particularly in the horse's neck, and how you can look at how the muscles develop as a guide to know whether or not the horse is using their body well. And so she brought up this gentleman. She said, "Well, there's this guy who comes to teach in California. His name is Manolo Mendez, and he talks about the neck all the time." I says, "I really think you should meet him." And I'm 27 years old, and I'm like, yeah. So, she kind of planted the thought in my brain. And then I went over again. She took pity on me again and invited me over to do laundry. And I was sitting in her living room, and I picked up Dressage Today magazine. And I just randomly opened up a page. And there was an article on Manolo Mendez. So I thought, well, now that's interesting. So that's the second time this name has come up. So I kind of filed it away in my mind. Well, I spent a couple more months there in Oregon as a working student, and then I had to head back to Wisconsin for school. And on my way back on the plane, there was a lady sitting next to me, and she was visiting with her friend, and she kept going on and on and on about Manolo Blahnik shoes. And I'm like, okay, Manolo is like a really odd, it's not like a common name. So I'm like, okay, that's the third time that the name Manolo has come up. So maybe I should check this out. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to take this as a sign. Well, then, lo and behold, he was going to be teaching a clinic in California while I was going to be there taking a dissection with Dr. Deb Bennett. I'm like, well, that's really convenient. So I contacted my friend who had a friend who was going to the clinic, and flew to California. And that's when I met him the first time. And that was in 2005. And immediately I recognized that this man worked with horses in a vastly different way than anybody else I had ever seen. And he did extensively talk about the good use of the neck and how so often we humans mess up that balance by not understanding contact or healthy posture. And so his organizer was there at that time, and we struck up a friendship, and she continued to host Manolo in different places within the United States. And when I could, I would travel to him to watch him more. And in the meantime, I started to experiment with the use of the caveson, because he works horses in a caveson and with long bamboo. So he'll put the horses out on the lunge line. He uses the caveson to direct the nose, then uses his body and the bamboo then to shape the bend and brings about good posture in the horses. And so I started to experiment with this. So I took a little video of it, and then I flew to Connecticut to see him there. And I had the good fortune of going out to dinner with his organizer and himself, and I showed him that little video. And he's like, "Wow, I'm really impressed. You just watched me and you replicated this?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm kind of an observation type person, not really an auditory person." And so it wasn't long after that his organizer was going to be doing a DVD with Manolo, showcasing his philosophy, his value system, and his work with horses. And she invited me to Australia to be his student in the video. And then that's where it really started. And I really, just dove in headfirst after that. So I got to spend a month with him at that time. And then later, when I was teaching in Australia, I went and spent another month with him. And then eventually had the opportunity to, work out all the visas and to bring him back to the United States. And so last year, Manolo was here for 2 months. And then this past spring, we hosted a symposium with him. So, yeah, he is an endlessly fascinating equestrian.
Well, that sounds super cool, and what a person to have as a mentor, and all just that kind of wealth of knowledge. It's always humbling to be around those type of people, and inspiring too, because you realize, even though you and I've been at this for 30 years now, that there's still so much more to to uncover and to learn. And how simple they make everything. Like when they reveal something to you, it's always of course, that makes complete sense. How did I not? I, oh,
And that's one
wonderful.
of his favorite sayings. He always says, "Simple, Jillian. We always make it so complicated for the horse. Simple, be simple." The horses understand simple. It's us humans that tend to overcomplicate things. And and he's been so honest and forthright about his own history, which is endlessly fascinating. Growing up in Spain, his family had a big ranch, and as a little boy, he was responsible for the 3 or 4 horses that worked in a circle on a picket line, and the horses thrashed the grain. And he would sit on the horses and direct them on that thrasher. And I think about how that all started for him. And then he wanted to be a bullfighter. And there was a very famous bullfighter there in Spain, and he would go every day and say, "Could I get a job? Could I get a job?" And he was always turned away. He was just a little boy. And then one day, the master of the estate, his son was running it, asked Manolo, when Manolo was there asking for a job, "Hey, I have to leave. Do you mind just holding my horse for me and sitting on my horse, but don't do anything?" So the son left, and Manolo couldn't help himself. So he was on the horse and he started to play with the horse. Well, the father saw him, and he came down and he offered Manolo a job. And he just happened to be the man, Domecq, who started the Spanish riding school in Jerez. And so they established a relationship. And so Manolo became the first head rider for the Spanish school in Jerez. So it was just a really interesting story. And then from there, he went to Australia and started a big show and ran a big equestrian show where people would come and watch. And he did that for many, many years. But it's really interesting to hear him talk about how his evolution from at the riding school to where he is today is much more for the horse centered. And I just believe how many horses I've seen him transform in such simple and quick ways.
There really seems to be an evolution there. When you're in your younger years, the for the horse concept isn't really at the forefront. That's more your ambition. It's kind of for you. You're trying to run as far down that road as fast as you can, and then gradually over your career, your goals change, and you don't really have anywhere near the same pace or same goals as what you have when you're younger. I always think about the desensitizing, the real showy kind of stuff, the standing up in the saddle and cracking the bull. I've been meaning to do a video on this because that's one of my little pet peeves. Not that I have anything against it per se. It's just that it doesn't show what people think it shows. So like I could take a colt in the round pen, and if I decided starting him day one, first ride, if I decided to dedicate 45 minutes to that, I can stand up in the saddle on that colt on day one and crack a saddle, get the money shot, the 5-second clip. Does that mean that horse is ready for anybody to ride and he's kid broke and husband safe and all of that stuff? Not in any way, shape, or form, you know? And so when you see the people displaying that stuff, that my first thought is always, oh, you're still pretty green. Okay, you're impressed with desensitizing still. And that's kind of that on the map, you are here, you know. And so for the horse is a few decades down that road for you. So uh anyway, just my little tangent there, I guess. Um, so functional anatomy. Obviously, you're working on your master's in anatomy. I guess you've always had an interest in that, and but what really drives that? Like, did you come across a roadkill squirrel when you were 4 and you started pulling apart the ribs and you realized there's a system going on here? Or like what drives the anatomy aspect of that for you?
Well, it actually just ties in perfectly with what you were just saying. I grew up in AQHA and APHA, and first, my family trail rode. We were horse, brokers. We bought and sold horses. I grew up in a sale barn, and as a part of that lifestyle, my dad, after one of those sales, came home as a proud stallion owner. And then, of course, with the stallion comes brood mares, and then you have a bunch of, you have a full crop, right? Well, then it's like, well, how do you promote these babies? Well, then, of course, that's when we started to get into showing. So I was about 8 years old when we started showing. We got into it real heavy, all through middle school and all through high school and so forth. And I really did enjoy my time competing. We were on the road Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, showing horses. We were in the futurities and pushing it hard, and went to school. My dad said, well, you better go to college and get a degree so you can get a good job to afford this hobby. So I took his advice, went to school, got a degree, but every summer I kept working horses, and I'd go work for some good trainers like Jim Dudley, and just continue to learn. And to my father's dismay, the day after I graduated from college, I was offered a training position in Germany. So I said, well, oh, wow, what a great opportunity for me to go travel the world and visit a different culture. Just happens to be, training horses. So, this little innocent, naive girl.
Blonde hair and blue eyes headed to Germany too. I bet you fit right in. Huh?
So moved to Germany and, trained horses. So I didn't really see a lot of Germany because I was training horses. And when I was there, I was training in a way that I had learned, which was really based on dominance and subjugation. Like, you will do this, and I have 101 ways to make you do this. And, you did this to train in a way to meet trends so that you were competitive in the show ring. Because if you weren't, in the top 3, you don't get the clients. So, I knew actually at a relatively young age on how to do that. It's actually pretty simple to bully a horse around. But what I started to notice is that the horses didn't really want to have a relationship with me. I would walk into the stall, they'd walk to the back of the stall. And that just started this internal rumble in me. And I realized, well, this wasn't the type of relationship I had with my horses when I was a little girl, when everything was so fun. This started to become real work. And I started to dread going to the barn. And I think the horses really dreaded seeing me. But man, we won a lot of money and we won a lot of ribbons. But that feeling inside of me really drove me to question where I wanted to go in the horse industry. So I decided to move back to the United States, and that's when I made the decision that I was going to go back to graduate school. And I didn't really know what I wanted to study. I knew I wanted to do something with horses, but I had no idea what that looked like.
So when you were working horses in Germany, was that a dressage born or more of a Western style or what?
Believe it or not, it was all Western. So we had reining horses, all around horses, Western pleasure horses, halter horses, and so forth. But it was in Germany that I was first introduced to classical dressage principles. And I started to watch some of these German riders who had that background. And I noticed, man, their horses were going a little bit different. Actually, they were going in a way that I kind of preferred. I liked it, but I didn't know what it was. So, it sparked an interest in me at that time, but it wasn't my time yet to study it. So I moved back to the United States. I had to establish residency in Wisconsin, so I didn't have to pay out-of-state tuition. And I thought, oh, heck, what am I going to do while, I wait around for a year to go to grad school? I'm like, well, I'm going to do what I know what to do. I'm going to train some horses. So I got some horses in training, and it did the same old program I always did, dominated and subjugated and the whole 9 yards. And I had a client who brought me a horse who said, hey, can you put 30 days on this horse and get him going on a nice draped rein, walk, trot, canter, because we need to sell the horse. We have some financial issues. I said, okay, no problem. I can do that. Brought the horse up, had about 30 days on him. And the gal came up to do a video. And I didn't have an arena. I was riding out in a great big pasture. And so I was riding that horse up there, and she went out to that pasture, and she was taking a video. And so I asked this horse up into the canter, and I'm sitting up there feeling full of self-importance. And really what I'm thinking about is, oh man, I hope I look okay on this video. Right. Mm-hmm. And I dropped a rein. And I thought, well, that's not a big deal. I can reach down and grab that rein. But I was in an open field, and it had been farmed for many years, and they let it grow up in the 10-year program where they let the grasses grow back up to restore the land. And so the land was furrowed, right, because it had been plowed for many years. Well, when I dropped that rein, about 10 feet in front of me, there was an old barbed wire fence. And that had grown up in that tall grass. Now I could see it, but I didn't know if the horse could see it. So I was having one of those oh shit moments, like, uh-oh, this could be really bad. So you have to make a decision, like, okay, well, I could sit this, and he might run into that fence and get all tangled up, and that's going to be bad. Or he's going to get to the fence, put the brakes on, do a 180, and take off out of Dodge. Or I could eat some crow and do an emergency dismount. So I chose option 3. So I swung my leg up off the horse. But when I landed on those furrowed rows of land, I heard my first, and I broke my leg. And then I flipped and I flipped and I flipped, and I heard the second, and I broke my back. Well, when you're in shock, it's amazing what the body and the mind does. I was so peaceful. It was unbelievable. And of course, the lady that was videoing had to go, down the pasture, to her car, to a landline, because this was before cell phones, to call an ambulance. Mm-hmm. So I was laying there in that tall grass, and I remember the first thing I thought was, can you move your toes? I could move my toes. So I knew I was not paralyzed, but I knew I was hurt pretty bad. And I guess I can say nothing short of it was a very spiritual experience for me. It was a transformational experience for me. Because when I was laying there in the grass, I was so peaceful, and I was waiting for the ambulance, and it occurred to me, wow, Jill, everything you've been doing with horses up to this point, other than when you were a child, has been for you. It's been for your ego. Horses have been nothing more than a vehicle or a machine to help you achieve what you want to achieve. And I realized at the ripe old age of 23 that I didn't know anything about horses. I didn't know anything about horses, even though my whole life had been about horses. I didn't know how they operated as a species physically or mentally. And I would say that was the defining moment of my adult career, because I had to absolutely go back to beginner's mind. And 6 months after that accident, I was walking again, and I was at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Believe it or not, it was 9/11/2001. And I had just watched the Twin Towers fall. And I had my first riding lesson that day, that afternoon. And I left the university and I met a woman named Peggy Cummings. And I was very vulnerable because all the things I thought I knew, I knew I didn't know. And I actually flipped. I went from a very egotistic person to a person who realized I knew nothing. And so I didn't feel very good about who I was as a person. And I certainly didn't feel very good about who I was as an equestrian. And so I took that opportunity to take a lesson with Peggy Cummings. And I went to go step up on the horse. And she said, "Oh, no, no, no. You don't ever get on a horse without having the horse's posture up on the ground first. You have to prepare the horse to carry your weight." And I listened. And she said, there's so much you can do from the ground to prepare a horse physically. And you can start to see these changes in the body over time. And that's when I went, that's what I want to study in graduate school. And so that's what sent me down the road of learning about functional anatomy, is that I realized that I had to understand the horse as a species, both physically and emotionally, for me to develop the relationship that I wanted to develop with the horse. And I really started to take responsibility for my actions that I placed upon the horse to do my will, because horses don't have a choice. We tell them we're going to ride them. So I thought, well, if this is a relationship, it takes two to be in the relationship. So I need to take some responsibility here. And so that's really what started me down the trail of learning about functional anatomy and learning how to help the horse use its body in a way that worked for him, as opposed to dominating a horse and contorting a horse and making them use their bodies in ways that they will willingly do for us, but in the end, either shut their minds down or, worse yet, break their bodies down. So the goal really became about, I'm not impressed if someone's horse lives to be 28 years old, if it had to be retired at 12 because some human being used it up. I'm particularly interested in a horse that has used its body well and is still vital at age 25, right? I don't want to live to be 95 years old and not be vital in my body starting at age 70. I want to be vital right up to the end. And, stuff happens. Horses hurt themselves in a pasture. They, ding themselves up. And there's all kinds of things that can affect a good use of body and mind. I just don't necessarily want to be the culprit behind a horse's body breaking down because I don't want to say selfish intentions, but I made it all about me without understanding what I was doing.
Well, that brings up a few tangents, so I'm not going to be able to keep this very organized, I don't think, but I took a lot of notes throughout that. So I'm just going to go in chronological order.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing you talked about was being able to look at a horse's neck and sort of tell a lot about their posture and all. And I like that. I do that as well. Just tell me if I'm on the right track here. So if I look at a horse and their neck, like looking straight on at their forehead, if we pretended to cut their head off and now we're just looking straight on at the neck, if that neck is like a triangle, that's not good. What I ideally want is it shaped more like a football. So the muscling is more through the middle and it has some muscling up toward the top. It's not narrow at the top and wide at the base. Is that a fair generalization, or is there something else that you're looking for there?
Are you talking about when you're from the saddle looking down?
No, head on. If I'm standing on the ground looking at like I would be looking at their forehead, they're facing me, but we just callously cut the head off, chainsaw, whatever, machete, and now we're looking kind of head on at the neck. I'm
Yeah.
looking for a neck that looks like a football, or I would actually say a rugby ball, and versus like a triangle where real wide at the base, narrow at the top. To me, that's a horse that's either in dysfunction or pasture ornament, no muscling, totally out of balance, not in a good state. So is that a fair assessment, or is something else that you're looking for?
If I'm looking straight ahead without the head, you machete the head off. I don't want to see it be really wide at the pole and then get super
Hmm.
narrow at the base.
Hmm.
Because then that tells me that that horse probably overflexes between the second and third cervical vertebrae.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So we're looking at kind of different planes, but I'm more talking about it like if you looked at the neck from the side, you would have the crest, and then the bottom where the jugular is. I want the widest point to be in the middle, narrower at the jugular, narrower at the crest, but
Yes,
not really wide at the base of the neck. For
absolutely.
pulled to throughout the entire cervical spine. I want the center part to be wider. That's where the muscling should be. I totally understand with and agree with what you're talking about with the pull, and I would love to get onto that with you because I would imagine with your background in functional anatomy and all, there are probably some horses it's kind of hard for you to watch travel around. I have that same issue at times. There are entire sports I just can't really watch anymore because it's like fingernails on a chalkboard. Like, why the hell haven't y'all learned better than this by now, right? But anyway, um, so what are you looking for in a horse's neck?
So I think what we're now that I'm clear about what you're talking about. So the place where you would give a horse a shot in that triangle,
Yes.
yeah,
Mhm.
that needs to be full, not hollow. Okay, so and that can happen either because the horse just has a natural anatomical arrangement or build that makes it easy for the horse to carry itself in a particular way. So some horses will develop nicely just because that's who they are. Some horses will not be developed nicely because maybe they have an anatomical arrangement that isn't ideal. And so they have to use their head and their neck in a way that doesn't muscularly develop the neck well. But that's where a good trainer can come in and help a horse. So what I don't want to see is I don't want to see the bulge at the base of the neck. Okay. And a lot of people often will say that that is overdeveloped muscle, but that is not overdeveloped muscle. Because if you look at how the bones on the inside are arranged in terms of the neck, the bones are arranged, or the cervical spine is arranged in a very shallow S shape. So if this is the head and this is the withers, it's a shallow S shape. The
Yeah.
vertebrae do not run along the top line. A lot of people think that.
Yeah.
So if the horse does not use its neck well, let's say this is the neck, and he lifts his head, what will happen is that the base or that lower curvature of the cervical spine gets pushed downwards. So you basically make a more accentuated S shape. So that bulge is really created by the posture of the cervical spine. So that when I see that bulge at the base of the neck, it's more than I know it's a posture of a horse and less about the musculature of the horse. Now, those horses, if they have that bulge at the base of the neck, will also very typically have that hollow triangle in the neck that you were referring to that you want to see full. And above that, you'll see a muscle that is overdeveloped, and it's the rhomboid muscle. And so you'll see a thickening of the muscle on the top line, a hollow triangle, and then a drop or a bulge at the base of the neck. And that really is a combination of both posture and not the desired muscle development.
So one thing I would like to point out here, part of what we're talking about, I affectionately refer to as turtling, and it is basically where a horse is contracting their neck. And to me, kind of the poster child for this is like the roping horse with a tie down on. And if you look at their necks, you're always going to see this big bulge at the bottom that we're talking about. And instead of that horse lengthening its neck and driving out through the spine, everything is being pulled in like a turtle, and so we get that accentuation, which also makes lift in the thoracic sling pretty much impossible. You're trying to take the sternum down instead of lifting it up. So since thoracic sling gets talked about so much, why don't you talk a little bit about that and maybe throw in there just for a little bonus, what the missing collarbone has to do with the thoracic sling in the horse.
Yeah, so okay, so if I had a horse on a dissection table, I could break out my scalpel, right? And I could cut all around the scapula, down, up underneath the elbow of the horse, and back up to my first incision place, and I could remove the whole front leg. And that's because there is no collarbone. Like we have a collarbone that attaches our arms to our torso. Horses don't have that. So it's really interesting to contemplate that you have a skeletal body, or you have your axial body, the head, the neck, and the spine, that's basically held up in between the front legs only with soft tissue structures. And so the mechanism that basically attaches the front limbs to the body or to the torso of the horse is what is referred to as the thoracic sling. Now, the thoracic sling seems to be like all the rage these days, right? And the thing is, it's not a new concept. The people have known about the thoracic sling for a very, very long time, but things come in and out of fashion, particularly when we start to understand it a little bit better. But what I will say is that the thoracic sling is just one component of the whole body. We can't just focus on one thing in the body. You have to focus on the interconnected parts that make the whole body move in unity. And so you cannot isolate the thoracic sling without also looking at how the horse uses the hindquarters and the back. So the thoracic sling definitely does play a part, and it helps to elevate the torso in between the scapulas. So sometimes the old horseman used to say, oh yeah, when I'm done training your horse, he's going to be, 2 inches taller than he was when he started. Well, that's partially due to the fact that these muscle structures have more tone that elevate the torso in relationship to the scapulas. But that isn't just done with the sling. It's also done with the action of the hindquarters, the medial glute muscle, as well as the long back muscle. So you have structures within the spine that stabilize the spine. And then you have the hindquarters, the glute, and the long back muscles that act like a crane that help to elevate the front end. So all these structures have to be working in concert with one another, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. So that brings me to my next point, very cleverly. You were talking about Manolo and him discussing the neck and the posture of the horse and all of that stuff. I find, or let me say, it's my opinion that we tend to concentrate too much on the neck and the headset. And honestly, I'm to the point where even the word headset makes me throw up a little bit in the back of my throat. You feel that too? So like I work at it the opposite way. I try to get the feet right, and when the feet get right, the horse gets comfortable. When the horse gets comfortable, the head takes care of itself for the most part. I see a tremendous amount of horses in what I would call false flexion, where they've used sidelines or draw reins or some kind of damn gimmicky gadget, and they have the horse very flexed at the pole. So if we looked at this horse, we would see him on the vertical or very often even behind it. But the rest of the horse, the thoracic sling behind it, all of the other things that actually are what collection is, they're not in proper frame. But if you don't know enough to recognize all of that, you will see horse on vertical. And it's like, to me, the cheap, it's like the Slim Jim version of horse training. You can have a steak or you can have a Slim Jim, and this is the Slim, and I can get you a Slim Jim in like 2 weeks, but a steak's going to take like 2 years. Which would you rather have? I'll take the Slim Jim because only 80% of the people in the business will never know the difference. So, what are your thoughts on that? Do you agree with we come at that backwards very often, or do you start young horses in sidelines and that sort of thing, and you're cool with that, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I do not use artificial aids. I try to use natural aids, meaning to communicate with my horse through my body. And there are different schools of thought, right? Some schools of thought focus a little bit more on the front end. Some schools of thought focus on the hind end. And my teacher, Betina Drummond, always says they both kind of fail because what you really want is the middle of the horse. But you can't get the middle of the horse unless you get the bookcases of the horse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think, again, it all is true. I agree with you 100% that we tend to focus too much on the head and the neck. And when we do that, we interrupt the natural rhythm of the horse. And then you start to have gait anomalies because you've disrupted the natural order of the gait and relaxation. You can also have a horse that is just driven so far hard forward all the time that you just keep them running the front legs off of them. So there has to be, like anything, you have to strike a balance between the front end and the hind end to get the middle. I always think of it like a tissue. When you pull a Kleenex out of the box, it's like I want the middle of the horse to be that Kleenex that I'm pulling out of a Kleenex box, right? But I can't do it if I just focus on the head and the neck, and I can't do it if I just focus on the hindquarters. So I'm always kind of toggling back and forth, which brings me to a place where I have to think about not just longitudinal balance or just the horse moving forward, but I have to think about the quality of how the horse bends through its body on curved lines. To bring the horse into a good carriage. And something Manolo always says that I really appreciate is he always says, no matter what you do, as you're working your way up to high levels of collection, it's always about shortening the body, but the neck has to stay long. And that's where it gets confusing. And when I say long, I'm not saying, the head up in the air, the nose poked out. What I'm saying is that base of that neck, that cervical spine has to lift. You see, if this is my neck, if I do this, my neck goes long. And riding, I always think the brow band of the horse. It's the forehead of the horse that has to push out. And we tend to shorten the neck all the time because we're looking for the arch. That's what I would call turtle, is they just compress the neck and the horse bows the neck. That's very different than the horse lifting the base of the neck and pushing the brow band away. And I think we tend to shorten the neck all the time because we as humans, we want to ride what we see. And we see that horse in front of us. But as riders, we need to ride the horse we feel. We have to feel what's going on behind us. We have to feel what those legs are doing back there. When is the leg pushing off the ground forward? When is it landing? When is it pushing back? You need to feel these things so you can time your aids in a way that helps the horse achieve the things you want the horse to achieve. That's the whole definition of an aid, is to help the horse.
So one thing I want to point out here, because I assume people are going to be selfish, so I always do tie this in with performance too. If we want the horse's hind quarter to be powerful and under the horse and driving them, if the hind quarter keeps going under the horse would eventually flip over. So there's a limit there. So that head getting longer is the counterbalancing weight that allows the hind quarter to really come underneath the horse. So if you don't understand that the neck needs to be longer, or you don't, this is better. If you don't appreciate the fact that it does need to stay long, recognize that if it's not staying long and you're doing the turtling thing, you are limiting your horse's physical abilities and performance. So you are hampering. If it's the rope horse with the tie down or whatever, you are taking away from that horse's ability to get you to the pay window, because you're putting them at a physical disadvantage and they're not able to use their head and their neck as the counterbalance like they're designed to do. So even if you're completely selfish, you have no heart for the well-being of the horse, you're still actually working against yourself if you keep in line with this turtling crap and the false flexion and the tie downs and all of these things, because it throws the horse out of balance. Think about a soccer player or any sport you want. If we had, a helmet on a football player and we tied a rope from the face mask to the belt, essentially, and we made them play like that, do you think we're going to watch the same game? Or is it going to be a lot more limited because we have restricted how they can turn and move and all of those things? And I don't understand why that's not self-evident to people in the business, but apparently it is. It isn't self-evident. So I wanted to say that out loud. So thank you, Jillian, for giving me that opportunity.
There you go. Yes, sir. Public service announcement.
So I have a couple of anecdotal things. We got a little deep and heavy right there. I do not recall where I've gotten this factoid from. It's one of these things floating around in my head. I don't know if this came from a book or watching a video or what, but I recall that in classical dressage, and this may be nothing more than misogyny. I've asked Patrick King and Michonne Cook and a few others about this as well, but and nobody's corroborated hearing this, so maybe I had a dream one night. I don't know, but my recollection is that in the old world of dressage, they believed that the center of balance was different for a mare than it was for a stallion or a gelding. And because of that, the mares were physically incapable of performing certain maneuvers like the airs above the ground. Now, there's a few things here. One, I recognize that if we could magically bring a horse here from the 1500s in France and put him next to the horses that we've got today, we're probably not looking at the same horse, right? So structurally, probably there literally are some differences. I also know that among humans, there are certain the pelvis is different in women than it is in men. There are certain things that women can do that men cannot do as far as balance goes. Like you ever seen where if you get in like on your hands and knees on the ground and you do it on your elbows, a woman can then cross her arms across her chest and lean up. And if a guy tries to do that, he's fixing the face plant into the carpet. So there actually are differences in men and women, humans, that our center of balance isn't the same. Now, that being said, I've ridden tons of stallions. I've ridden tons of mares. I can't feel, and I think I'm good enough that I would, a difference there where a mare can't do a levad or I think they have the same ability there. So have you ever heard of that? And would you agree with the concept? Is there a difference? Is it smoke and mirrors? Are you going, I have no idea where you heard that, Daniel? Did you eat some mushrooms behind the barn one day? Like what are your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I have never heard that, but I believe it, because if you look, when you look at our classical schools, they're almost always riding stallions. Mm-hmm. Or just getting back from Spain. they rode stallions. They did not ride the mares, right? The mares they use them for breeding. However, when I go to ride in Portugal with my teacher, I ride a mare. So I agree with you. I can't feel a difference between a male and a female horse when I'm riding them. I can feel a difference when I'm riding a stallion just because we have testosterone. We have, they can offer a powerful feel. There are some things anatomically that they have different shapes to certain anatomical structures like the pelvis, because the mare does foal and the stallion does not. But I don't see that there would be any limiting anatomical structures that would prevent a mare from doing those movements. But I don't know. I'm just taking a guess in the dark. I have not heard that.
So that there is a pronounced difference in the pelvis of a mare versus a stallion or a gelding. You could find bones in the ground, pick it up, and say this was a mare.
Not as clearly as you can with a human pelvis. You can look at a human, two skeletons, and you can clearly tell which one was a man and which one was a female. In a horse, one of the biggest tells, of course, are if there are canines or tiny canines or no canines. Mm-hmm. I would say that's more of a tell than really looking at the pelvis.
Okay. Have you come across some mare with canines before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Yeah, I've seen a few myself. So, okay. Well, I'm glad to get that out of the way. That's always one of those little curiosities. And I do like with my work with bits, in just the last 120 years, we have a different mouth on horses than we had then. Like in the vaquero world, if you go look at some of those really old original spade bits, they won't fit on a horse nowadays. Mouths are wider, but oddly, they're fleshier. The jaws seem to be narrowing while they're fleshier and thus wider, where the jaws were wider but less flesh on horses 120, 150 years ago, for whatever curiosity. Yeah. And I've kind of always thought like the German school, the French school, I think some of the difference there comes from the different types of horses that they were riding. You know, the Germans had more of these cold-blooded, big bone, heavy horses. French are riding more refined, thoroughbred type horses, and so you do what you need to do according to the horse that you have, and thus the principles you come up with fit your situation, but may not be ideal for this other situation, and so forth. But everybody's right, nobody's wrong, right? So I didn't realize that you were a Betina Drummond student as well. So that's Nuno Oliveira school. So is Manolo also in Nuno's deal? I'm not familiar enough to know that, or is he kind of a separate house pedigree, so to speak?
Yeah, that's very interesting. So yes, Manolo knew Nuno very well. Nuno played a part in the development of the Spanish riding school in Jerez. And he was a young man and spent time at Nuno's and knew Joao and was very familiar with Nuno. And it wasn't by any, I was not deliberate in searching and looking for teachers that were Nuno disciples. It just happened that way. So I studied with Peggy Cummings, and then I met Manolo, and then I became very involved and studied with Mark Russel, who was a student of Nuno, and a woman that a lot of people don't know of because she's always under the radar, but her name is Stephanie Millham. And she rode with Nuno for 12 years. Because Nuno used to come to the United States and teach, I think 1 week at a time. No, 4 weeks at a time. I can't remember. Anyway, she has a lot of time with Nuno, and then he scholarshiped her to go ride with him in Portugal. And then just in recent years, I've had the great fortune of being able to take a handful of lessons from Betina. I can't say that I am a student of Betina. I think people say that all the time, and I think it's kind of rude. Like, you take a couple lessons from somebody and say, oh, I studied with so-and-so. When I say I studied with somebody, I've spent years with them. So I can say that I think Betina is probably the most academic, classically trained person that we have in the United States. She's absolutely brilliant. And I've had the good fortune of taking a few lessons from her, but I can't say that I am her student because I just simply have not spent enough time with her.
Mm-hmm.
The 6 lessons to me is not studying with somebody, it's getting some good lessons. But I can say that I did study with Peggy, Manolo, Stephanie, and Mark.
Well, that sounds fair enough. And I was just like I said, I hadn't heard you drop her name yet. Not name dropping. Okay, let me say that again. I hadn't heard you mention her yet, so I wasn't aware there was a connection. And I know she's having some health challenges right now, so certainly good thoughts and prayers to her. She is definitely a treasure of the horse world.
Not just an amazing equestrian, but an amazing human being.
And the Nuno thing, like I'm coming at dressage from a whole different direction of most people, but I will say you can go on YouTube right now and watch clips of Nuno training. And to me, all of his horses look relaxed in the movements that he's doing. And that is not something I typically associate with dressage. Most of the horses have just like lightning bolts of tension coming out of them. And I don't think that's how it should be. I think that's kind of, you mentioned trends earlier. I think that's kind of where we are in the world right now, unfortunately. And that's also why when I have these talks, I tend to have them with classical dressage people and not modern day show dressage people, because that would make my blood pressure go up way too much, I think. But I love watching Nuno. Like he's most of the videos I've seen, he's working on the piaffe, so like high level stuff, and the horse is relaxed. He's often riding in one hand. He's got a little cigar in the other. The horse is in front of the vertical. They look nice and relaxed in the movement. He looks like he may be thinking about going fishing this afternoon or something like that. Like, it's not the constipated picture of if you Google dressage and the foam coming out, it looks like a fire breathing dragon. And I don't know how the hell we got there, but anyway. All right. Sorry, I'll step down off of my soapbox now.
Another PSA moment.
Yeah. So since we're in functional anatomy, this is one of the things we talked about prior to making sure that we got into. So let's talk about that oh so simple thing we call lateral flexion. I'm just going to pick up on a rein and ask my horse to bend to the left. Go ahead and muddy the waters for us, Jillian. What all does that really entail for the horse?
Okay. Simple. Okay, so there is a difference between lateral flexion and lateral bend through the body.
Okay.
Okay, so when you look at the horse's vertebral column, its spine, we look at the neck vertebrae, and there are 7 neck vertebrae, and the first neck vertebrae is called the atlas. Now, when I look at the spine, and really, Manolo taught me this, he said, really, the very first vertebrae is the skull. And he's absolutely right. So from an osteopathic perspective, the skull is referred to as CO. Then the first cervical vertebrae is C1, second C2, and so forth. And when you look at the cervical vertebrae, C1 has a very specific shape. And that's because where C1 connects to the skull or articulates with the skull produces a very specialized movement. C2 also has a very specialized shape because where it connects to C1 or articulates also produces a very specialized movement. C3, C4, C5, slightly different sizes, but the same shape. C6, for the most part, has the same shape, but it has some differences because of muscular attachments. And C7 is slightly different because it comes together with the first thoracic vertebrae. So let's go back to C1, or sometimes that is referred to as the atlas. So where the atlas joins the skull of the horse, that produces a joint, or that makes up a joint. And that joint is referred to as the atlanto-occipital joint, or the AO joint. Now that joint specifically is where lateral flexion happens. So the rest of the entire horse's body can be straight as a poker, but the AO joint is what allows the head to make a lateral flexion to the right or to the left. The ears stay on the same plane. So it's like it could go notch, notch, straight, flexion left, notch, notch.
So just so that because they're not going to see this, what she's talking about, the ears staying on the same plane, is meaning like the right ear doesn't dip down toward the ground where the left ear's high, the right ear's low, or vice versa. They're both perfectly level in relationship to the ground. So
that's right. So I'm in the saddle and my horse is highly attuned to the communication through the bridle or the bozal or what have you. I technically could get and ask my horse simply for a lateral flexion at the AO joint, but the rest of the horse's neck remains absolutely straight, meaning you look out down at the withers, the horse's neck is completely straight, except for a little tiny degree of flexion at the AO joint. Okay. Now,
and when we say little tiny degree, we're talking about like 3 to 5 degrees, right? It isn't much at all. But it is there.
It absolutely is there. And if you were on the ground, what you would see is that you would see the jaw of the horse, or the mandible looks as if it tucks underneath the throat latch. Okay. It's a very distinct look and a very distinct feel.
So let's say like we were asking the horse to flex laterally at the AO joint to the left. What would we see the jaw do specifically there?
You would see the ramus of the jaw, or the mandible would kind of disappear and tuck underneath the throat latch of the horse, and you would see the corner of the horse's inside eye. We always think that we see the corner of the inside eye when the horse bends the whole neck. We're talking specifically if the horse articulates that joint, that's what you'll see. You'll see the corner of the horse's inside eye. There will be no tilting of the head. Tilting of the head, or rotation of the head, happens between C1 and C2. And if I see that, then I know my horse is not giving me a correct lateral flexion.
Okay, so just so that I often refer to that as twist rather than tilt, but like when you see people pick up the right rein and they have the horse bring their nose all the way around to their stirrup, that has a tremendous amount of twist or tilt to it, where the ears are nowhere near parallel to the ground. If we did that to the right, the left ear is way down at the ground and the right ear is way up. So that is actually not a movement we want a horse to perform. It is way overdone. Okay.
What that does is it hypermobilizes all of the cervical vertebrae. And when you hypermobilize something, what that means is that the joints are not stabilized by the stabilizing muscles. So you're overbending, which destabilizes the joints, meaning there's a lot of movement now in those joints. And for some reason, we think that that's suppling. Suppling and hypermobilizing are not the same thing. And when you hypermobilize a joint, what you do is you set that joint up for the vicious cycle of arthritis. So
I was just gonna say there too. I like to teach that this is also how movie stuntmen lay horses down when it looks like they got shot. So if you're habituating your horse to bend his nose all the way to your stirrup, and then you try to use that as a one rein stop, you are probably about to be on the ground with a horse on top of you. That is a one-way ticket to the ground, is what that is. So please stop
Yes.
doing that.
And it is not, I can't say it enough. That is not suppleness. Suppleness is when a joint can move through its full range of motion, but be stabilized, not to blow through the joints or to create hypermobility. So this is the prerequisite to bend through the whole body. So the Germans had it right, because the Germans have a saying, and that is, I can ask my horse for a lateral flexion and its body will stay straight. So I can have lateral flexion without bend, but I cannot have true bend without lateral flexion. So if you want a lateral bend through the body, the horse must have lateral flexion and then a bend through the rest of the body to create the C curve. And an old axiom is, when the horse creates a lateral bend through the body, you would really prefer that the horse's nostril does not come to the inside of the point of the shoulder. Because once that starts to happen, you lose the energy through the outside shoulder, and now the outside of the horse's body becomes destabilized. And if that's happening, you don't truly get the engagement of the inside hind leg and the forces and the power that can be created from that, because it just gets pushed out the outside shoulder.
So here I'm gonna push on you a little bit, Jillian. And I prompted you on this. I told you that we were gonna have this discussion. So I come from the cow horse world, and I feel like that's a world. It's almost like dog agility kind of stuff, because you teach them the goal, and then they physically do all they can do to accomplish the goal. So it's almost like you just press a button and it's full send. And so I find the horses that are really bendy, that's more my style, and they are the ones that most efficiently make these turns. The horses that are straighter and that stay more in this, and there are certain bloodlines that tend that way and other bloodlines that are a lot bendier and naturally. To me, it takes a horse that is significantly stronger and more athletic to be able to hold the same cow if they're going to be a straighter type of a horse. And bending is almost like cheating. It lets them be more efficient where they can still accomplish the goal, even though that horse may not have quite as much talent. So what I infer from that is that the horses that stay really straight when it comes to true hard and fast, low center of gravity, doing all 100% of what I can physically get done here, I have never found that straight thing to actually ring true. I kind of consider that dogma. Now I do understand what you're talking about, hypermobility of the joints and all, and that's not what I'm getting into. So I don't want the horse to twist when they're doing this and all, but it's kind of if I give him the goal of that cow's going to make a turn, and I want it to be like there's a piece of string tied from that cow's nose to your nose that's going to pull you through the turn. The horse that's bendier wins in that sort of scenario. And I understand this is a specialized thing that I'm talking about, and right, you could have a power lifter with a very different physique from an ultra runner, and it doesn't mean either one of them are wrong. They just have different goals, in their physiques, and training goes toward the goal that they are aiming toward. And I'm just going to throw this in, give you the whole ball of wax in your lap here to deal with. But I have also never been on board with the concept of the inside hind leg pivot turn. To me, if what our goal is that I'm heading north and I need to go heading south as quickly as possible, if that horse plants the outside hind leg, that is a much, much, much quicker and more efficient way for the horse to turn around and change directions and get going back there. Again, if we're at 100% physical, the horse understands the job, they're willing to do the job, they're trying to do the job, they're putting all they've got into it. This way is twice as fast as the inside hind leg way.
Yeah.
Again, I'll add another layer of complexity to this. The classical way would be to sit on the inside seat bone. And again, that would be more of a forward around the inside hind pivot foot. For what I'm talking about, we would always sit on the outside seat bone, and not just a little, pretty extremely. And we can get into rotation and things like that of the thoracic and all, but I've done that for decades and seen horses move that way, and I've never seen where there was any physical detriment to the horse that we could specifically link to that. I would also specifically say, if we're talking about a horse developing the strength and power of collection and being able to lower those three joints of the hind leg, so squat, basically, I find that if we can introduce this, we can build that power in the horse far faster than any other method I have ever seen. Not that faster is necessarily the goal there. It just seems to be a consequence of working it this way. So I've kind of always wondered, like, what the hell? There's a lot of this classical stuff that I appreciate. And at the same time, right here in front of my eyes is a lot of evidence that this particular system isn't actually the best way to do this. Again, not that we, ultra runner, power lifter, what different goals, different. So there you go. Deal with that.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack. But what I will say is to start it off with is that two vastly different disciplines. Okay, dressage and collection and lateral bend through the whole body typically does not or is not done in speed with quickness. Okay, so when we're talking in classical equitation, when we're talking about bend, the horse has to soften the TMJ, give a lateral flexion at the pole, find the right amount of bend at the base of the neck, softening through the rib cage, and a true C curve where the inside hind leg steps forward more deeply to the midline, which creates more bend. The outside limb is the stabilizer. Okay, but this isn't done with speed. So if you watch a horse in a pasture, he's running, right? And now he's got to turn to the right. What he's going to do is he's going to take the outside legs, abduct them or move them away from the body, bring the inside legs both towards the midline of the body, and he uses his body straight and pushes off the ground to generate a turning force. The head and the neck will counterbalance that. That's how he does that with speed. So there is actually not any bend in the body, but he will use his head and neck. That's what we would see at speed. But when I'm talking about bend on a circle to supple the joints and to build pushing power, that is something that the horse has to be educated to do. So if I'm running a cow down the rail, I'm not thinking about, I think my horse should give me a lateral flexion to the left, soften, shift the weight to the outside legs, engage the inside hind leg and bend and bring that cow around. He's not going to do it that way because it's happening too quick, kind of like the same in a barrel horse. Mm-hmm. So the degree of bend that we're looking for to develop suppleness, particularly in a more elementary posture, is not nearly the same type of movement that I would be asking the horse to make if I'm working a cow necessarily. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess I'm coming at you more as a functional anatomist who happens to also have a dressage background and not necessarily a dressage uh, rider. So anatomically, I guess is what so what you're saying there about like the inside hind coming more underneath the body. I really want the outside hind to be taking that job. It's going to come much more forward. It may be a little outside, just depends on exactly the degree. We're also going to have kind of a specific type of ground, fairly deep sand for them to be able to do that. If you're going to try that out on some slick hard ground or with grass on it, you're going to slide and compromise the horse. So there are all kinds of variables here that are at play. Um, I would also say, like, when I'm developing a stop on a horse, I develop that stop as a stop to the right and a stop to the left. And the stop to the right, I'm specifically focusing on the left hind, and a stop to the left, I'm specifically focusing on the right hind. So I don't ever stop a horse completely straight where they might slide and both hind legs would be completely under the horse. And so my horses get more what you'd call a four-wheel drive type of a stop, but at the same time, they actually stop. We cease forward motion. we don't we don't slide 30 feet, And again, I understand that's not the goal of every deal. I've just always found um there to be a conflict there, and it's not like there aren't. I mean, we have Doma Vaquera, right? So within the classical house, there are horses that were specifically cow horses, bullfighting horses. And I will have to say, as I've watched some bullfighting horses, I haven't a ton. They do move more like cow horses need to move. And I guess if the consequence of not going left is I'm going to be gored by a really mean bull, then probably you're not so worried about what your teacher told you. You're more worried about how damn fast are we getting through this and getting out of harm's way, right? So,
Absolutely. And, to work the outside hind or the inside hind, if you look at a simple exercise, whether it's a Western horse or what have you, dressage should be for any discipline. It's not about the sport of dressage. At least the first 2 years, in my opinion, of a horse's education, because all it's teaching the horse to do is to bend through the joints and maintain strength through the joints. So if a simple exercise that's used in both disciplines is if I'm tracking on a circle to the right where I'm looking for bend, I'm not putting speed, I'm not spinning, I'm just working on my lateral bend. I'm working that inside hind leg. But I might counterbend my horse, meaning he'll be bent to the left as I'm tracking right. And now I'm going to be working the left hind leg. So I'm always thinking about working both hind legs for strength. So you have counter bends, you have regular bends, you have something like a walking pirouette. So as the horse is flexed to the right, the outside hind leg has to be really quite active in bending. So I think really it's when you start to add a really quick push off, like I'm going to do a rollback and push off of this, that you start to ask the horse to use the body a little bit differently because you're asking a different job for the horse to do. But at the end of the day, you do need to supple and strengthen both hind legs. Period.
and I will say, like, it's pretty common that a horse is always going to have that strong side, weak side. Like with the reiners when they're going to go do a rundown and a slide. If they get to pick which lead that they're going to do that on, they're definitely going to know, or they should definitely know, that their horse is going to slide better on the left lead than he would on the right, or vice versa.
The other interesting thing about it is if I'm working a young horse in a more open posture, the appearance of bend on the circle is going to look much greater than if I'm working a more advanced horse in a higher degree of collection, because the body will be shortened, so it'll appear to have less bend. Does that make sense? So, like, that's something Betina really taught me. Like, I was riding in shoulder in a more open posture, so the horse appeared to have more bend. And she wanted the body more short, more up, and the horse really sitting more into the outside hind leg to be the stabilizer leg. But then the horse appeared to have less bend in the body. So sometimes it's truly an optical illusion. And then if you talk about bend, like what you're saying, sitting on the inside or sitting on the outside, if my horse is bending to the right, the inside rib cage is slightly compressed, the outside rib cage is slightly more open, and there's more swing of the rib cage to the outside. So what that will give you is the sense that it fills your outside seat bone more. So you don't want to sit heavy to the outside because it would drive the rib cage more to the inside. That's for a true lateral bend. But if my horse was straight and making a turn, like I was just explaining before, where he'll keep his body straight and move his legs this way to generate the turn, then I would sit in the way that you described, because that's the way that the body would want to move.
Yeah, it helps anchor that outside hind down where they push through.
That's right. Exactly. So you're really talking about, are you really, really, truly creating a lateral bend, or is the horse a little straighter in the body and creating and generating a turning force at speed, which he uses his body differently for?
Well, I like these discussions. I do have some issues with some of my dressage friends like you on some of these equitation rules. Again, to me, it's the power lifter versus the long distance runner. It isn't a rule. It is the ideal for the particular thing you're trying to do, but that doesn't mean that if you're trying to do this other thing, that riding that horse differently is the wrong thing to do.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Like I might school a barrel horse using some classical principles to strengthen it. But when I go around the barrel, I'm not going to think about going around the barrel like I would ride a dressage circle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because the horse is using its body differently. So I think those are all things that I think people, like you said, people get really hung up in dogma. Or I think we were talking last time is that we can become a slave to technique.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's better to feel your way through something and let the horse do what works for that horse.
I had a little internet fight not too long ago, and most of my career has been riding young horses and problem horses. And I very routinely violate equitation rules and lean too far out here or push more there or whatever in order to get the horse to go the way I need them to go, and again to get the feet right. And also I'll exaggerate certain things, and then as the horse kind of finds the path, now I exaggerate less and less and less, and then I can ride him air quotes correctly. And there were several people that were like, oh no, you should always ride the horse absolutely correctly. And I'm like, that's fine. It's just going to take you 6 months longer to get that done. And if I just exaggerate things for a week or two, I'm there. The horse is out of the period of frustration. He now understands the thing. And, you kept the rider that's been dead for 300 years of an old musty book happy, but I got my horse where the hell I needed to get him. No muss, no fuss, quicker, easier. To me, that's what makes you a good teacher. If I can bend what I'm doing to the student so the student can more readily take up what I'm trying to teach them, horse or human, that makes me a better teacher, not an incompetent one. To me, the rigid framework is, I think people, again, it's almost like the student learning desensitization that gets really impressed with themselves. I think the framework is important, but then you kind of move beyond it. So for people at a certain stage, the technique is important, but once you've mastered the technique, now you learn to when to vary and when to be flexible, and the technique itself wasn't the goal, it was merely a tool along the road toward the goal. Does that make sense?
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more. And that is one of the luxuries of riding a lot of young horses, like you were just saying. In a lot of these texts that we read, they're talking about riding a finished horse, right?
Yeah.
And like, so let's come back to the discussion of bend. Let's say I'm teaching a young horse to bend on a circle, but he's weighting the inside legs. I can never get a bend if he weights the inside legs. So I might shift my weight to the outside to get him to weight, put a little bit more weight in those outside hind legs, and then ride in my body what I would ride for the horse to ride in a correct bend. But I can never get a correct bend if he doesn't shift the weight to the outside. So, I mean, that's things like why things like spiral out is so good. It teaches horses to start that shifting of weight. So, and every horse is different. That's why I always say, like, you can't, this is a very primitive way to ride. There's one way to do this. Okay, well, if you only have one way to ask a horse to do something, I guarantee you most days it's going to end in frustration.
Mm-hmm. You're at that point, you're looking for the right horse that can accept the way you teach rather than.
But if you have 5 different ways of asking for the same thing, then that's to me where it becomes more artful and less about technique, because you're searching. Well, let me try this. Well, let me try this. Well, let me try this. Okay, that resonated with the horse. So it's just like going back to lateral flexion. If I only have one way of asking for lateral flexion, I'm in trouble. But if I have several different ways of asking for lateral flexion, I'm going to try this, try that, try this. Oh, that today, that made sense to my horse. I communicated in a way that my horse understood me. If he didn't understand, then I have to say, well, can I say that a little bit differently? And that is where we're lucky, Daniel, because we've had the opportunity to ride a lot of young horses that have required us to not be stuck on one idea of doing something. Now, the one thing I did forget to mention, which is very interesting, especially for you working with bits, is if a horse at any time is holding tension in the tongue or he's clamping his TMJ, he cannot give you a lateral flexion, which is why the French taught jaw releases, which is to lift the bit in the corner of the mouth to release the TMJ. Once a horse has unhinged it, the mouth becomes quiet, and then you have access to the lateral flexion. So if the horse gives you a lateral flexion, his jaw is already released. But if the horse is pushing the jaw out towards you, over bending at the base of the neck, and then or bending between C2 and C3, he's not giving you a true bend because he's locking the jaw. So there is a time when if you teach the horse, oh, he's anxious, he's clamping, he's not giving me his jaw. If you do teach them when they feel that lift, oh, I'm going to release, sends them more parasympathetic, mouth gets quiet. Now the horse can give you a lateral flexion.
Yep. I would, I have some mixed feelings on that. I think, and I need to go reread because I haven't read Boucher in a while, more than a decade. So, my take on that is that his concept of jaw releases has been bastardized, and that's over 300 years. So I don't think the way we look at that now is correct. And I actually think that's one of the bigger problems in the English world is the way that is typically handled. When I'm looking for a horse to do a bit presentation, like the one you saw at Jim's deal, I'm looking for the English horse with a tight noseband and 2 wrinkles, because in 30 minutes I can change that horse's world and the crowd will see it. So that's exactly the dysfunction I want, because it's going to play well for me, and hopefully it makes some changes when you can see for your very own eyes.
Yes, big
you
time.
know, yeah, the way this horse's top line all of a sudden showed up, and like it translated all the way through the horse. I couldn't agree with you more. I tell people, like, it's all about not offending the tongue. If you offend the tongue, then the TMJ goes with it, the pole goes with it. Like, that's just going to radiate through that entire horse, and the game is up. And I don't think most people realize how early their problem actually started there. They're looking at his circle isn't good to the right, not, he clamps his jaw every time I put the bridle on, and all the things that comes along with it. So, okay, are you satisfied with TMJ and all of the anatomy stuff to move on? Is there any soapbox that I haven't led you to that you want to jump on and shout from real quick? Or
No, I mean, without like giving a full anatomy lesson, I think what it just needs to follow that chain, right? The tongue has to be soft, the TMJ has to be soft, the hyoid has to be able to be mobilized. And it's the structures that lie in front of the AO joint, those have to be released in order for you to be granted access to the AO joint. And the thing is, when the horse has released those structures and has given you a correct lateral flexion, the reason why that's referred to as the gateway to relaxation is that if the horse releases those structures and gives you a lateral flexion, he can only do that if he turns off any other tension he has in the top line. And if the top line is released, then you have access basically to the undercarriage, which is what gives you the power. But people get so, tying the mouth shut, or a backwards acting hand all the time, and a backwards acting hand puts pressure on the tongue, and then it just all goes to hell in a handbag. So that it keeps tying us back into also, that feeling of when you ride with contact, that if you're going to have contact, you have to feel, that horse's movement through the reins. Like I'll never forget that one time I was riding with Manolo. He rode like a circle. He jumped off the horse and he says, my horse has too much tension in the right side of his tongue. Because he could feel that in his contact, which means you have to have a light contact. Light contact isn't giving it away, but it's light enough that you can feel all those things, right? So I'd rather have you have light contact or no contact than to have too much contact, because then you don't feel jack shit.
Yeah, I tell people to try to, like, if you're riding in contact with the snaffle, you should feel the bit compress the tongue. And you should not be compressing the tongue as your default setting. That is a heavier state. And most people are riding around feeling the bars all the time. That's what they think the mouth is, meaning they have fully compressed all of the soft tissues, and they're just putting pressure on the numbest part of the horse's whole mouth. And there's so much dysfunction. The ship sailed. Like, you're not in the universe of getting anything to work right once you have done that. If you're not feeling, you should feel touching the lip, you should feel touching the tongue, you should feel when you compress the two, all as 3 completely separate steps. If you're not feeling that, then maybe just sit on a horse that's not trotting, standing still, and very, very slowly pick up the rein and start until you start to, and it'll change your world as a rider. So, and I'll put in I would actually say contact happens before the rein is straight, because the horse, I can bounce a loose rein that's fairly slack, and you'll hold the other hand pretending to be, and you'll feel it readily. I think that's an exercise everybody should do. I can move it left and right without it being tight. You'll know exactly what I'm trying to transmit to you. So actually just having the rein straight, even what we would call light, that's still 3 times as heavy as the level at which a horse could feel it without any problem whatsoever. You go into compression of the soft tissues, you're 15 times heavier than that now. And that's where most people are starting. And then you start balancing your own weight up there. And I mean, yeah, I don't know why he's hard to catch. I have no idea. Well, why don't we get into sacred geometry a little bit? So what does sacred geometry mean to you? How does that play into the horse picture for you?
Well, as I mature and question why I want to ride or what I'm doing when I'm riding, the things that I'm asking my horses to do, I keep coming to wisdom that my teachers imparted on me, which was balance and harmony, balance and harmony, balance and harmony. Doesn't matter what discipline. You're looking for balance and you're looking for harmony. Well, when you start to study the classics, like whether it's classical music, classical literature, classical writing, classical dance, it too emphasizes this idea that you're looking for balance and harmony. And when you really dive into the classics, like let's say art, classical art, like Da Vinci, he blatantly stated that if you want to understand my art, you must understand sacred geometry, or you must understand the mathematical equations that are found within the tiniest particles of life to our universe. And when you look at all of these things, they're found everywhere. These principles of sacred geometry are found everywhere. And I started to think about that in writing. All of the figures we ride are geometrical patterns, and they were used to bring about balance and harmony. And so I started just to recognize that sacred geometry is found within everything that we do to bring about this harmonic state, frequency, vibration, what have you. And so when I started to ride and think about my figures that I'm riding in, and I started to think about it from that perspective, it really changed how I move through space with my horses and what I'm looking for. So, for example, like speaking at gyms, we talked about, in sacred geometry, there's something called the dot, which would be what's referred to as the halt in the horse. And then when you connect one dot to another dot, that creates a line. And when you ride your horse in a straight line, you're working on longitudinal balance. And then you can put connecting a dot to another dot on a curved line. This starts to become our circles or our serpentines, which starts to incorporate lateral work or lateral bend. And then when you look back at our classical masters, like Guérin, he started to school horses on a square, which was the combination of a straight line and a curved line, which then put longitudinal balance and lateral flexion together. So the C curve is what creates this curve or bascule. So when you combine a lateral bend to a longitudinal stretch, that's where you get bascule or the arc, which creates the keystone from which we sit, which is the weight-bearing posture for the horse. So I just started to recognize that sacred geometry was everywhere in the development of healthy riding, even beyond functional anatomy or what have you. Functional anatomy is like one piece of a larger puzzle, right? Or larger pie.
Yeah.
But if you start to think about, a dancer or music, why does certain music sound appealing to us? Why does certain art draw us more than other art? if you really get down to the bottom line, it's because it's based in these sacred geometry principles or these mathematical equations of the universe. And I am just absolutely fascinated by that.
Wouldn't you love to see a conversation between Leonardo da Vinci and Salvador Dali? Like that would have been something to, I bet they could go at it for a long time.
Oh, like like with Da Vinci's, like the Mona Lisa, right? So when you look at the proportions of that painting, they are perfectly aligned with the golden ratio.
Mhm.
And then just last year, they looked at his drawing of the perfect horse, and they applied the same golden ratio, and it fit the golden ratio perfectly. So, like, if you study his art, it is all that. And hundreds of years later, we are still in awe of his artwork because there's something very deep inside of us that knows. There's a knowing about it that we're drawn to. So, yeah, so I just try to kind of bring that now into my work with the horses. And there's a really great book by Sherry Ackerman. I think it's called Writing in the Fourth Dimension. And the first chapter is all on sacred geometry. And I have to read it and reread it just to kind of follow it and get into the groove of it. But I think she understood that there was a relationship there.
So a couple of things. One, like I was in engineering in college for a while, and harmonics is something you have to study. Have you ever heard of the bridge galloping Gertie?
No.
Okay, so part of engineering is you have to overbuild things and you have to take the environment in. And there are some very notable engineering disasters where that didn't happen and we learned. So Galloping Gertie was a bridge that was built, and you have, architecture moves through phases, the Gothic, and then you've got the neoclassical, all these different trying Art Deco and all. So there was a period where it was trying to be minimalist, and you'd get everything as skinny and as not overbuilt as you could. And there was a bridge called Galloping Gertie, and they did not take into account the environmental natural harmonics, and the harmonics actually played through the bridge, so it would
Oh,
form waves, and they had to shut it down. And it lasted for years, and it just so happened there were some students out there filming it at the moment that it collapsed and the waves got more extreme. But I remember the class where I did that, they had a speaker, and they put like an 8 foot long aluminum bar on it, and then he would go through hitting different harmonics, and you would see the sine waves go through the bar, and there would be one, and then there would be two at the next setting, and three, and so when you're doing engineering, you're building a skyscraper or something, you have to take into account that you're not going to set up a building that could attune to the natural harmonic frequencies, and all of a sudden it becomes a waveform and falls apart like that bridge did. So just curious if you had ever come across any of that stuff. I love in geometry, we have that golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence. So anything that has a spiral or a helix in it, so like a nautilus shell, the way palm trees have the leaves arranged, they spiral up. DNA, most of the petals on flowers, it resonates so thoroughly throughout the natural world that there is math behind the way all of these things are built. It's really incredible.
And math behind movement, like
Mhm.
that's really where I'm so fascinated that, how did these riders that came long before us ever decide to start working horses in these geometrical patterns and then recognized what it did for the movement, right? Like that's amazing to me. Like even riding like a serpentine down the rail, teardrop back and serpentine back down, you're riding the DNA helix.
It so I will say I'm one of those that I do recognize some dogma. I don't think the old masters had everything right. I think they were people just like you and I are, capable of, but there are some true rays of brilliance and genius that runs through the things that they did figure out. Particularly, this is the thing to me, like they didn't have x-rays and MRIs, and I think of the tools that they didn't have and still were able to figure this thing out that's only then proven and understood 300 years later or whatever. It's pretty incredible. So with that and the thought of symmetry in mind, this is kind of all looking at the ideal. What do you do with something that is asymmetric and in dysfunction? And to me, like the classic example would be a club-footed horse. So, I mean, there are degrees of that, but none of them are going to move perfectly correctly. I'm doing lessons with one right now, and I'm not really convinced the horse is in pain, but he also doesn't move right. And I think there are probably some points where he is in a little bit of discomfort, and I think there's points where he's moving not right, but he's comfortably moving not right, and that's just what he's going to display because he is asymmetric. So how do you deal with that sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just said it. It's like, I don't think he is in pain, but it just doesn't look right, right? Well, so why doesn't it look right? Well, it doesn't look right to us because we're always searching for symmetry. But there are things that aren't symmetrical. So when I have a horse that might have something like that, or even within our own bodies, I mean, nothing is perfectly symmetrical. The idea behind a lot of horsemanship principles is that you work your horse for symmetry or straightness, right? That the horse is ambidextrous, that he can use the right side of his body as equally as the left side of his body, and to move harmoniously and balanced through the proper use of his body, right? Okay. So that's the perfect world. But so many of us can't fit that perfect mold. You put me in an x-ray machine, I look like a mess. You know, I've broken both legs, I've broken my back and this and that, whatever. But I function still pretty well, right? So if I have a horse that has something like that, the first thing that I try to have empathy for is that he might have compensation patterns that he needs. And even though that might not look quite right to me, he might need it. And if I take that away from him, then I'm making a decision that might not be serving him because I think I need to fix that. Now, there are certain things, obviously, that we support horses with, that we help them move better or fix certain things. But if you clearly have two very different sides of the body, then it's an unrealistic expectation to say, I need that horse to travel perfectly symmetrical and straight. So I think you are going in the same place I would go. Like, it might not look absolutely right. My biggest responsibility is just to make sure that the horse isn't uncomfortable. Because if you look at my body, I'm asymmetrical, but I'm not uncomfortable. You know, so because my body is compensated for that. So I would, definitely with a horse that has an issue like that. I mean, you see, well, through movement, can I help diminish the club foot? Can I, through good farrier work, what's the dental work like? Is he, does he have disbalance in his mouth? Does he have, a saddle that isn't fitting quite right because he's asymmetrical? How can I make the horse more comfortable so that maybe if this is his box of limitations right now, could I maybe make his box of limitations a little bit bigger without the expectation that it has to be perfectly symmetrical?
So you mentioned a couple words there. Let me poke you on this a little bit. I very much believe in being a steward for the horses. So like I talked with you earlier, I was a 2-year-old man for futurity cutting horses for a long time. I don't think that's an unethical thing to do. I've kept in touch with enough of those owners and horses. There's, and I've done it long enough. There are some of those that are now old horses and they're still fine. So I don't believe that's like a certain path to dysfunction or crippling. But I also was protective of them. I didn't go, this horse could stop really well, so I'm going to have a lot of fun today, and we're just going to cram him in the ground. I always thought, like, this horse physically does this really well, and so I'd better not let him overextend and do more than he should do at this age, right? And looked at it as a developing thing. So I believe in the stewardship side of this. I also feel like, as a whole, we have gotten too soft in the horse industry. And I don't, so like what you were talking about there about making the horse uncomfortable, to me, that's the wrong verbiage, because there are times in which I need to make a horse uncomfortable for the greater good. So for instance, if I had a horse that had laminitis maybe, or a surgery or something, part of the rehabilitation process there would involve pain for the animal, but that doesn't mean it's wrong or cruel or anything. Just like if I got a knee replacement, they're going to get you up that afternoon and make you walk down the hall of the thing, and it's going to hurt like hell, but it is part of what you need to do. So I think we look at that pain or discomfort side of it a little. We don't give it quite the big picture look. We get a little too microscopic on it. And to me, the real problem with that, and I know you've been around long enough, we used to have this serviceably sound category of horses. Kind of fits in with this club-footed horse like I'm talking about. And if you listen to a lot of people talk, that would generally be by many people considered an abusive or immoral or unethical situation at this point. And I don't believe that it is at all. I'm very contrary to that, and kind of like hey, like I wouldn't pass a vet check either, but I can still get up out of bed and go do something productive there. So I'm going to just throw that at you. I don't think we're contrary on this or anything, but it's just the verbiage that gets used. Nobody wants a horse in pain. At the same time, I want my horse to get his vaccinations this year, which means my vet's going to poke him with a sharp needle, which means he is going to be in pain, right? So we just have to measure that stuff, I think, a little bit. So your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of semantics. I mean, me being an athlete, okay, I was sore. Some of that, conditioning, I get out of bed, I could barely move, but I still had to go practice that day, right? To become more athletic in my body, right? So when you school and train horses, and you with the goal of helping them become more athletic, it is going to be uncomfortable or painful to a certain extent. So, or if I know, like you mentioned, I have a horse that's laminitic and she needed to move. She was stiff, needed to move. I had to move her and work her through the stiffness or that uncomfortable state for her to get better in her movement. So I think, if you had to describe it, differently, I would say what I would avoid is forcing a horse into any set posture with the belief system that it should be this, that would require the horse to compensate in a very unnatural way, and therefore, through the inappropriate use of the body, brings about discomfort. Because if my coach wasn't going to let me run a 200-meter dash with poor biomechanics to get better, because I would be hurting my body, or my coach would be setting me up in a way to wear out my mechanism. That I have no interest in. But I am aware that through working the body, that you will have some soreness and aches and pain. But again, I keep circling back to, I do have a responsibility to be aware of that, and to help the horse through that process, through movement, through massage, through whatever. But the goal is to get them to be better on the other side. So the goal is always to make them better, not to make them worse because of my ambition, if that makes sense.
So let me ask you this. We also talked about, I've again outed myself as one of these evil 2-year-old men. And I still start lots of horses as 2-year-olds. I don't believe like, January 1st, if he's a 2-year-old, he better be in the round pen or you've messed up or anything like that. I've had a few horses that I personally owned that I felt were a little immature, and I let them roll on till 3, and then we started them at 3. I do know that the mind of a 2-year-old is a lot more malleable than the mind of a 3-year-old. I know that a 3-year-old's a lot stronger 4-year-old. And so I'm going to probably get more beat up if we're going to compound this over 3,000 or 4,000 horses. I'm going to start in my lifetime. I would be way more beat up, even if I were really good doing 4,000 4-year-olds than 4,000 2-year-olds. So I think that's a legitimate thing to take into account as well. But one of the oddities I have found, like we have the bone remodeling deal, and I don't hear that ever talked about. I kind of, we've got, you mentioned Dr. Deb Bennett, so she had that chart that she came out with about the skeletal maturation of the horses, and I feel like that is part of the picture, and a full argument is being drawn off of part of the picture. And I think we have to also look at bone remodeling. Another thing I find pretty interesting is that like with the thoroughbred, we'll talk about x-ray in the knees and seeing if his knees are open. Well, what they're really looking at is the growth plates of the long bones and whether those have fully calcified yet or not. I haven't dealt a ton with race horses. I did earlier in my career, but like that is never a place I have unsoundness problems with the horse. So the thing it may be the case in race horses, they're being worked in a different way and a lot harder, but the things we tend to focus on here in terms of skeletal maturation are actually not the places I have in my 30 years seen horses actually get lame and have soundness problems with. It's far more common to be a soft tissue thing, or like the pastern, one of the smaller navicular, those sorts of things are a lot more commonly going to be the thing that sidelines a horse rather than fracture of the pelvis or something. Like I've seen a few really oddball cases of that, but it had nothing to do with a futurity or a whatever. And with the bone remodeling argument, and I'll let you flesh that. I know you know what that is, but I'll let you flesh out what I'm talking about there. A really odd thing that happened within my business when horse slaughter was banned in 2007. I don't know why, but all of a sudden I got a bunch of horses in that were much older, like 8-year-olds, 12-year-olds that had never been ridden. And I was now starting these older horses, and they'd just been in pasture and doing their thing. I mean, probably 15 or 20 of them. And I'll bet I had soundness problems out of 40% of those horses. Like the old left, what should be the ideal, just let him grow up and let his body mature, and then I had way more soundness problems out of that group of horses than I ever had out of the young horses that everybody is afraid and is crippling. Now, again, am I saying that you can ride a 2-year-old and do anything you want on him? No, I think you need to be protective and responsible of that horse, right? I definitely think you can mess that up, but I also think you can do it in a responsible way that is not going to be ultimately detrimental of the horse. So again, I've thrown a lot at you right there, but I know you can handle it. I have faith in you. So what are your thoughts?
Well, so, growing up in the quarter horse industry, of course, we started all of our 2-year-olds, but then again, I was working within an industry where a 4-year-old was considered a senior, or a 5-year-old was considered a senior horse, right? So you have a ton of young horses that are in the industry. You have an industry that raises full crops, right? Well, think about the language, crops. They're crops. So you buy and sell, and you raise them for these futurities to make money. And only the very best go on beyond the 5-year-old, right? So I think there are a lot more horses who weren't responsibly started that don't make it than the ones that do make it. Okay, so that's just, my opinion. When I look at the reining horse industry, there are a lot of horses that are retired before 8. And it's usually the stifles and the hocks, and they're pretty crippled. They're already on joint injections and all different kinds of things. For me, a lot of times that's not being responsible in terms of individual horses' developmental programs, because horses are still being driven by a human agenda. Now let's go to physiology. So there has been research that suggests that starting horses younger will help develop bone density. So there's Wolff's Law. Bones will develop based upon the forces that are placed on them. Okay. So when you look at the maturation rate of a skeleton, they mature from the distal limb up. So the distal limb matures sooner, or the limbs mature sooner than the axial skeleton. So there might be something to bone density of younger horses. And you also have to look at the limbs are vertical forces. Okay. Where I do have concerns is when it comes to the spine. We do have research on the distal limb, but again, we're looking at vertical forces. We know that the spine matures last. So I believe in, I might be getting this backwards, around 6 years old, the spine starts to become mature, right?
Yeah, fully calcified. And the hock is also one of those exceptions on the lower end. It's later maturing than everything else on the leg, essentially. But yeah.
Absolutely. So, and then in the neck specifically, it's that lower curvature of the neck, which is what we want horses to be lifting when they're moving in a way that makes it easiest for them to support the weight. So the spine is what is more concerning to me than the limbs, because the spine is a horizontal plane. And we're putting vertical forces on a horizontal plane that might not yet be fully mature. And so I would say I actually see more issues in the axial skeleton than I do in the distal limbs of horses that are started young. And those can be very elusive for a very long time, because what the horse will do is they will start to tighten muscles to splint an area that might feel uncomfortable, like your neck. Okay, I can move my neck. Oh, I'm going to look behind me and I go, ow, now my neck hurts. So now I'm just moving my body this way. Well, then those are the horses that get labeled as being stiff. And then we try to hypermobilize them, but they really either have an active arthritis and the muscles are grabbing to splint that area, which is what I see a lot in the spine. So that's one thing. And we're only talking about the skeletal system. We're not talking about the maturation rate of the soft tissue structures, cartilage, tendons, ligaments. There's very little to no research on that. And as Dr. Peters had mentioned, is there's even maturation states within the brain, right?
So if I can pause you right there, like a couple of things that I would throw out here to you, even within Dr. Deb's study, there was a lot of variation, and it was a pretty small sample size. And one of the things we just are hampered by is that there's not nearly as much horse research as we might like, where we really can draw some hard conclusions on on some of these things. So I actually think that study is seriously overblown in terms of the ramifications of what it can legitimately claim, especially when you look at it and you look at the small sample size and the inconsistency, the variability within that sample size. One of the other things that I look at, like you just mentioned, Dr. Peters, and maturity, I see a significant variance in that between different breeds. So like for instance, the Calbred quarter horses that I've spent they mentally mature years earlier than a lot of, if you're going to give me a Tennessee Walker or a Lusitano or something like that, that quarter horse is at the same place mentally when they're 2 that horse would be at 4. And so when I see those sorts of variations in the mental maturity, and I see the variations in the physical maturity within studies like that, I wonder if there are significant variations in physical maturity in those horses that we're not accounting for. I also wonder, like in these horses that we may see, I'm just going to throw kissing spine out there in terms of worst case scenario of what you're describing of the vertebra not being mature. Are we seeing kissing spine because of a maturity of bone issue, or are we seeing it because of a dysfunction of riding issue? Was that the horse that was in sidelines every day, or draw reins, or turtling, and the posture they were aiming for was incorrect? The reining horses that you're talking about, reining's one of those sports I can't hardly watch because now everything is loping around with its nose between its knees. So if we're seeing problems in that horse physically earlier than we should, is it because of the age it was started, or is it because it was ridden in a posture we know is detrimental to the horse? It's pretty hard to work that out and definitively say that this is the cause when we have, variables we can't account for that also may be contributing. And that's really all I'm trying to say. I don't think this is nearly a settled argument in any direction. I think there's still a lot of things that can be talked out, discovered, and so forth. I am all about stewardship of the horse. I'm not about people yelling abuse on the internet because you're riding a 3-year-old. That's where to me it goes off the rails. And then they'll pull out that damn skeletal maturity chart, and you're just like, all right, I don't want to have this long of a discussion with a stranger on the internet. So
and I also think, there's just needs to be more research. Like there's a lot more research on the distal limb than there is a spine. We also now know that kissing spine is also genetic.
mm-hmm.
So we don't have any research on breed specifics. We have a lot of horses that aren't a breed. They're a mixture of breeds. We have breeds that have been bred for a certain type of morphology for hundreds of years that go through quite a rigorous standardization process, right? So there are a lot of variables, no doubt. I will say that I have seen a fair amount of skeletal structures of various ages that does suggest that the spine matures much later in life than the distal limb. It makes sense, right? I highly recommend, if anybody's interested in that, to also take a trip to Aiken, South Carolina, and go to the Bone Room with Pam Eckelberg and Diane DeZingle. And they have been hosting numerous dissections with Sharon May Davis, who is just really brilliant, who has worked with racehorses within the industry. And their focus has been studying and researching and learning more about ECVM, equine cervical vertebral malformation complex, which involves C6, C7, T1, and T2 and associated structures. So, just like anything, it's like, well, okay, we put the classical masters on a pedestal. Well, I mean, like research. What you want to do is you want to look at a body of knowledge and you want to find out where there are holes, and then you want to backfill those holes, right? So that's the thing with social media sometimes is you can get something going about and then people read it and they take it for gospel truth when in fact there's not enough research behind it. It is my belief I don't start my horses until 3 or 4. I've started a lot of horses, but I spend a lot of time on the ground. I spend a lot of time developing the musculature before I ask them to bear weight. That's my preference. That's what has worked well for me. I have also started a lot of 2-year-olds. Do they seem easier to train when I was younger? Yes, but I was also young and dumb. So I think it's just an area that continues to need more research. And I think there's just so many variables to research that a very clear picture is, years away from now. And I do know that when I work with a young horse, in my experience, is that they mentally can be much, much more immature than if I'm working with an older horse. Like I can work with a younger horse and get them in through desensitizing and you can get them into a learned helplessness place where they're amenable. I want, like, if I'm working with an older horse, I just noticed there's a different quality of, when you have the ability to focus for long periods of time, but really to be focused and not checked out. Like I noticed that in my more mature horses, like they're not checked out, but they are really mentally there with me. Whereas a young horse, I might only have a window of X amount of time for them to mentally be there. So I do think there is maturation of the brain as well. It's just like I wouldn't ask a 4-year-old kid to sit in a graduate level class,
Yeah, so like I wouldn't refute that at all. What I would say is that I also believe that we'll call it mental or emotional maturity is affectable. And so I always think about like the oldest kid of a family of 8. By the time that kid's 12 or 13, like they could cook supper, change diapers, put the clothes to washing and all. The youngest kid of that family of 8 is going to live with mom and dad until they're 35, so the way you are handled does affect the way. So if I can start with that horse younger, I can, by the time he is 4, he's going to be light years beyond the horse that's 4. Again, am I saying you have to do that? You need to do that? No, I'm not. I mean, it's your horse. You can handle it anyway. To me, the real conversation here is about risk assessment. Am I taking on more risk starting this horse as a 2-year-old rather than a 4-year-old? Probably. Is that a 3% difference, a 30% difference, a 70% difference? I don't know, but I think that's the real conversation, and everybody is going to have a different acceptance of risk. I would also say, like I seldom have the luxury of time that you're talking about, where if somebody brings me a 4-year-old, I can do a month of groundwork with them, or I don't feel like I do. Maybe I'll get older and just say, like, I'm not getting on these things on the 3rd day anymore or whatever, but I'm not there yet. I'm still pretty comfortable with that. But risk isn't a one-way street. Again, like I say, with the group of horses that I started that had been unstarted and just in pasture for years, you would think that's the ideal. We talk about the Mustangs a lot of times as like the poster child for the ideal. The dirty little secret of the Mustang makeover things is that the people that are doing that heavily and have done it a little bit, they're getting 3 or 4 horses, because of the 4 horses, 2 of them are going to be unsound. And people act like all these Mustangs are sound. That is not even close to true. There's a lot of problems in those horses. So they're going to get 3 or 4 to be sure they've got at least one that actually will get to the round, and they'll be able to show it, So I think a lot of times we kind of hang our hats on hooks that are not as well screwed to the wall as we might believe. And that's all I'm trying to do is just we'll shine light on all of it. Here's the full argument. Now let's have the discussion where we can look at all of it. Again, your tolerance of risk may be different than someone else's, and I don't think either of you are necessarily wrong.
I think it also has to do with your skill level, right? You know, like how many horses have you trained under your belt, you know? And we see more and more people that, you know, they're coming into the industry not as trainers. And maybe they want to start a horse and they have the luxury of spending more time. Like, you know, I have the luxury of not having to make my business from training horses anymore. It was a long part of my life that's how I made my bread and butter. Now I am an educator, I'm a lecturer, and I travel and I teach clinics and teach lessons here, but I don't have to make my bread and butter anymore from training other people's horses. Now, every once in a while, I will take a horse into training. And I have a little way that I like to go about it. And it is with the understanding that when your horse comes to me, I'm not going to charge you training for the first month. And that's because the first month, I want this horse to acclimate to a new place, new situation, new herd dynamics, familiarize themselves, and get into a routine. Because I know if I get into the routine, the horse settles in. I don't have to work with a horse that's always sympathetic, or, you know, some horses are more adaptable. Some horses settle in a week. Some horses it takes a month. But again, it's because I have that luxury of not having to cycle horses through my barn all the time anymore. And so now the work with my horses, and I have 8 horses. Now for me, it's back to my passion and being curious and discovering and learning, which you can still do when you're running it as a business, but I'm not on a timeline anymore. And that makes a big, big, big difference.
Well, we've gone a long time. I am trying to be respectful of your time. I could talk to you forever.
I can talk to you too. I love the way you're.
Well, I hope you enjoy the depth too. I know in a lot of these conversations you don't get to unpack it quite like this. That's what I like to do. These are the conversations I don't hear and I want to be a part of, you know. Well, why don't you talk a little bit about your training operation? So at the ranch, you are roughly 45 minutes west of Austin, kind of in central Texas in the hill country out there. Why don't you tell us about what your professional offerings are? You're doing clinics, you have seminars, lectures. What if people are looking for you, what can they find?
Yeah. Well, this is 2020, this coming year, it's going to be my 18th year being on the road. So that teaching clinics. So that just freaks me out. I can't believe it's been that long. But I teach functional anatomy courses. They're 3-day courses where we basically look at the scaffolding of the horse and how the horse generally moves its body in terms of posture to most efficiently carry the weight of the rider. So we don't really get into training technique and that sort of thing, but we talk more about functional anatomy, the structure, and how the horse should use its anatomy in a healthy way. And that always takes me to that, it's a famous quote that I just love. And that is, on your road to mastery, the person who knows how will always seek out the person who knows why. So in that course, I like to give the whys behind why horses move in a particular kind of way. And, you know, it can be a little intimidating. You know, when I first started teaching it, people were like, oh, that's, you know, I'm not smart enough to learn all these things. And I'm like, oh my gosh, if I can learn it, anybody can learn it. And I do think it's a good foundation to have. It's, you know, having a foundation in functional anatomy is a wonderful platform to jump off of because you have more of the whys. What am I asking my horse to do with his body and why is it important? And then I teach a course on rhythm, which is also just a super fun class. We talk about the human posture and how it affects movement, how we ride, the differences between male bodies and female bodies, and riding tradition through the years, and how so much of riding is still taught from a male perspective for a male body, which doesn't always work for all women's bodies. But of course, there's always variation within and in between the sexes. So we talk about the human body. We talk about finding a neutral posture in the saddle so that the rider can allow the horse's motion to travel through their body. And then when the body is free and can feel the motion of the body, and from there, we can start to influence the horse's body. So a big part of that class then is also understanding footfall, not just when the leg comes forward, but when it lands and when it pushes back, and how to feel that in your body. You have to feel it before you can influence it. So the importance of rhythm, and then we kind of tie a little bit of sacred geometry into that, because rhythm is everywhere. It's everywhere in nature. And if the rhythm is disrupted in the horse, it's 99.9% a human blocking it with their body or their hands. And then my third class is a course on relaxation, where we do talk about the structures of the head and the neck very specifically, the mouth, the tongue, the hyoid, the muscular attachments, the TMJ, the petrosal bone, the balancing nuclei within the brain, the AO joint. And then we talk a little bit about how do you start to educate the horse from the ground to soften the jaw and find a lateral flexion and a longitudinal stretch, and why that's important to riding. It's one of those basic riding necessities. So I travel on the road. I do that. I've been very lucky throughout my life to get to travel to cool places around the world to teach this stuff. And then here at our ranch, Serrata Ranch, I offer private lessons, and oftentimes we do, like, people can come for 4 days and get kind of like an immersion. I'm very much in love with in-hand work, taking a horse through a process of groundwork and then layering that into in-hand work and then layering that into saddle work. Because good in-hand work, which is done in the bridle, is basically riding from the ground, but there's a lot that goes into that before the horse is prepared. And then we offer all kinds of different clinics here at the ranch that's open to the public. And Casey, my partner, is an equine osteopath and a trimmer, and so you get a lot of bang for your buck, because if you aren't picking my brain, you can pick Casey's brain.
Well, that's an interesting, so we have understanding of the bony column and then balancing it from the ground up. So I like that. That's a pretty cool combination there. Really is. Well, Jillian, this has been a hell of a conversation. I really have enjoyed having it with you. I always like the ones where we get pretty deep and technical into stuff. And so I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. I really thank you for your time for coming on.
Oh, it's been so enjoyable. I've enjoyed it for all the same reasons. And for anybody watching, I also just want to put a little caveat out that no matter what you say or no matter what I say, it's our truth for the moment. Meaning, my goodness, we could learn something today that might change something I just said 10 minutes ago. So we're all a work in progress.
Absolutely. Yep. Keep updating it.
Updating.
We'll definitely have links to all of Jillian's stuff. I will also throw in, you'd mentioned the Bone Room. I'll get a link and all for that. And then don't forget about the Books and Bourbon Club, where they're going to have a live Q&A thing. Everybody reads a book every other month, and you can bring your favorite beverage, whatever that might be, and have a nice chat. I'm going to join in on that this year with them. So y'all should all check that out as well. Good excuse to actually make you read the book, right? Because you have a deadline and you're going to have to talk intelligently about it, right? So
that's exactly why Suzanne and I did it. We're like, we have all these great books. I need I need to be accountable for reading these books, but it's just turned out to be so much fun.
Are you a rereader? Do you go back to books that you read along? I do that a lot. All my stuff's packed away right now, and I'm like, there's several resources I want to go thumb through, but it's not convenient to get to it. So You do that?
Yeah, I don't have one of those brains where I read it and I retain it. I have to read it, highlight it, take notes, and then like organize it. And that's the other cool thing about the book club is that Suzanne and I do a PowerPoint for each of the books. So even if you didn't quite get through the whole book, most of the main points are outlined in that PowerPoint. So you can like flip through the PowerPoint, get the main gist of the books. And if there are just parts of the book that we think, hey, take some time, read these 10 pages, we'll put those in there as well.
Okay, very cool. Well, again, Jillian, thank you for your time. I have enjoyed this tremendously.
All right, my dear. Well, you have a good one.
We'll see you next week for another episode of Adult Onset Horsemanship. I've been your host, Daniel Dauphin.